Chapter 2022. It's you all challenging her. Chapter 2022. It's you all challenging her. Luo Ye's eyes lit up and he asked, "But what?" But Yi Yuan's gaze turned to Ning Xiu and the other people's gazes followed his gaze and also landed on Ning Xiu. Smart people already guessed Yi Yuan's intention and could not help getting a big shock. Sure enough, it was only to hear Yi Yuan slowly saying, "You have to beat her first." Ning Xiu looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief and used her finger to point at herself as she said, "And me?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Right, it's you." Ning Xiu jumped up like a rabbit that got a scare and repeatedly waved her hands and said, "No way, no way. Your Excellency, I can't do it. I will lose face for you." Ning Xiu was filled with confidence in Yi Yuan, but her confidence in herself was not that strong. In Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, although she was already an apex existence, what kind of place was this? This place was Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital. It was the Cloud Pill Summit, the holy land in the hearts of all of the southern borders alchemists. These geniuses in front of her, they all came from influential alchemy clans and ancient families. The might of their strength was top-notch among the entire southern borders young generation. What did she count for compared to these people? Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was ultimately just a small place. This feeling of inferiority filled Ning Xiu's body and heart. Let alone that these people in front of her were all 6-star alchemy gods, while she was merely a 5-star alchemy god. This kind of challenge that crossed realms, the pressure was enormous. Not everyone was Lord Yi Yuan. When Luo Yu and the rest saw Ning Xiu's reaction, they could not help being amused. Grandmaster Yi is making her challenge us? Ha ha ha, we're all 6-star alchemy gods. Is there a mistake? Luo Yu said with a loud laugh. Ha ha ha. The surroundings guffawed with laughter, clearly finding Yi Yuan's way of doing things very funny. Ning Xiu's appearance did not look like an alchemy expert no matter how one looked at her. Yi Yuan waved his hand and shook his head as he said, "It's not her challenging you, it's you challenging her." Luo Yu opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief, "Me? Challenging her? Got to be joking. What qualifications does a mere 5-star alchemy god have to make me challenge her?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "You'll naturally know after competing. You all, each one counts as one. As long as you succeed in defeating her, you'll have the qualifications to issue a challenge to me." Everyone's faces revealed looks of amuse. Ent. This kid was not a fool, right? This kind of person actually had a Grandmaster token in his hands. This was an insult to the Grandmaster token. "Okay, this is what you said yourself," Luo Yu said with a sneer. Ning Xiu winked at Yi Yuan repeatedly and whispered, "Yi Yuan, I can't do it. I really can't." Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold and he said, "Following me for so many years, if you can't even win them, then don't return to Heavenly Eagle anymore." Ning Xiu's face changed. She knew that Yi Yuan was serious. If His Excellency really did not let her return to Heavenly Eagle, what should she do? "Your Excellency, I got it," Ning Xiu said like an aggrieved little wifey. Saying finish, she gritted her teeth and said to Luo Yu, "Which of you will come first?" Luo Yu laughed loudly and said, "Little girlie, do you really take yourself to be a grandmaster? Do you know who we are?" Ning Xiu's face fell and she said, "Whoever you are, I absolutely won't lose to you. Otherwise, His Excellency won't let me return to Heavenly Eagle anymore." Seeing Ning Xiu's appearance, Yi Yuan also secretly found it funny. Even if Ning Xiu really lost, he also would not forbid her from returning to Heavenly Eagle. It was just that this lass was too lacking in confidence in herself. Not applying some pressure on her, it would likely be hard for her to unleash her full strength. Following Yi Yuan these few years, her strength advanced by leaps and bounds. Yi Yuan naturally had a score in his heart. Ordinary so-called geniuses were not her match at all. Luo Yu laughed when he heard that and said, then you definitely can't go back anymore. Because in a while, you'll lose until you doubt life. Ah. The group of people stared at Ningxiu like a bunch of gray wolves staring at a little rabbit, showing an appearance of cornering it. Sigh, it's also hard on this girlie, to have actually followed such an unreliable master. These alchemy geniuses are all distinguished talents of the young generation. How could a mere 5-star alchemy God be a match? This Lass is really pitiable. I reckon that she can't even win one match. The onlooking crowd in the marketplace were all using pitying gazes to look at Ningxiu and also using jeering gazes to look at Yi Yuan. This grandmaster was seriously fooling around too much. It was fine that he was trash. He even had to push his maidservant into the fire pit. Ningxiu said coldly, "Talk again after winning me." Luo Yu smiled and said, "Fine then. Du Ruofei, you play with her first." A young man in exquisite clothing stepped out of the rank. His gaze when looking at Ningxiu was full of relish. Ing as if victory was already within grasp. "He, little girl, this young master is here to challenge you. You have to show leniency." Du Ruofei. At this time, inside a restaurant outside of the Eastern Street Marketplace, Yun Yi, Zheng Buchuan, and the rest were shockingly present. Listening entirely to a manservant's report, Yun Yi shook his head and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "This Grandmaster Yi is probably at the end of his ropes, right? To actually make his own little maid challenge the Cloud Pill Summit's geniuses?" Zheng Buchuan scoffed and said, "Brother Yun Yi's words are not correct. Didn't you hear what that manservant said? It's the Cloud Pill Summit's geniuses challenging the little maid." Finished saying, there was immediately loud laughter inside the box room. Yuni shook his head and could not help laughing as he said, "I originally thought that this kid had some capabilities, but I didn't expect that he's so unreliable. Although Luo Yu they all aren't the top geniuses of this summit, they are also sufficient to rank into the top 100. How can they be what a mere rank 5 little maid can deal with?" Jing Buchuan smiled and said, "Brother Yun Yi really has nice means, slightly revealing Yi Yuan's whereabouts to everyone, to make our Grandmaster Yi reveal his true colors. I'm very curious now how this Grandmaster Yi plans on cleaning up the mess." Yun Yi waved his hand and said smilingly, "Isn't this minor thing still easily resolvable to me? Let's drink first. I reckon that there will be news coming over very soon. Although Du Ruofei's strength isn't much, it shouldn't take too long to deal with a mere 5-star alchemy God little girl." Finished talking, Yun Yi and the rest clanged wine cups and wine flowed freely, extremely cheerful. In a twinkle, 4 hours said. The few people were currently chatting away idly when that manservant suddenly barged inside. Yun Yi's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold snort, "Where's your sense of decorum being in such a flu, Esther?" The manservant jumped in fright and hurriedly knelt down and said, "Young master, forgive my mistake." Yun Yi had his mind on Du Ruofei and Ningxiu's alchemy battle. Waving his hand dismissively, he said, "How is it? Is the result out?" The manservant hurriedly said, "It's out." Young Master Du Ruofei returned in utter defeat. The entire Eastern Street Marketplace is in an uproar. What? Du Ruofei lost? This? How is this possible? Yuni said with a face full of disbelief. Are you mistaken? Du Ruofei's alchemy strength already reached the late-stage initial realm. He would actually lose to a 5-star alchemy God little Lass s? Jing Buchuan's face similarly had a look of astonishment. The manservant hurriedly said, "Won't be wrong. This lowly one was in the crowd and saw it clearly. That young lady's momentum was overpowering, suppressing young Master Du Ruofei all the way, finally refining a superior-grade medicinal pill." Yun Yi and the rest looked at each other as if they had seen a ghost. Chapter 2023, Maybe One Day. Chapter 2023, Maybe One Day Go Find Out More. Yun Yi said, Nas. Hi plus ing his teeth. The manservant answered and hurriedly withdrew. Yun Yi's expression was very ugly. Originally he thought that Yi Yuan was just a grandmaster who held a position without qualifications. However, who knew that a little servant girl of his could actually defeat a southern border's famous alchemy genius. More importantly, that La's was just a 5-star alchemy god. Could it be that this Yi Yuan is really an alchemy grandmaster? Jing Buchuan said rather hesitantly. Yun Yi smiled coldly and said, "Have you seen before a 1,000-years-old alchemy grandmaster? Unless he's the medicine ancestor's personal disciple, otherwise, don't even think about it." Jing Buchuan could not help choking, also feeling that he was thinking too much. Wanting to reach the grandmaster level, at least one had to be at the middle or late stage Dao realm too. The breakthrough of alchemy Dao was far too difficult. Forget about Dao realm, even the difficulty level of initial realm was tremendous. Only at the Cloud Pill Summit could one see so many middle and late stage initial realms, or even peak initial realm powerhouses. As for those in the Dao realm, there were far too few. And after reaching the Dao realm, every SCR, AP and iota of advancement was extremely difficult. Just like Empyrean Flutterfeather, there was the accumulation of countless years of effort before he had his present realm. Even so, without sky-high talent, even if giving a person tens of millions of years, the person might not be able to reach the grand completion Dao realm no matter what. Those coming to take part in the Cloud Pill Summit this time were mostly genius alchemists at the 3 to 5,000 age bracket. For Yun Yi to be able to reach the initial stage Dao realm at this age, it was already shockingly talented. As for Grandmaster, how was that possible? If he can reach Grandmaster standard at this age, forget about us, even Great-Grandpa and Empyrean Flutterfeather wouldn't they become a joke? Yun Yi said with a cold laugh. Jing Buchuan nodded and said, "What Brother Yun Yi said is extremely right. Looks like this Laos still has some strength. It's just that being able to beat Duruofe was also just good luck." Yun Yi nodded his head and said, "It's only natural. However, the things that developed next completely said their imaginations." Before long, the manservant returned again to report. He said, "Ning Xiu vs. Zhan Jiaqing, perfect victory. Ning Xiu vs. Zhan Songfang, perfect victory." One news after another came over. Everyone inside the room was thoroughly struck senseless. One or two could still be said to be due to luck. But, eliminating 7 to 8 in one go, could it still be luck? This battle lasted for 4 days and 4 nights. In the end, Yun Yi and the rest were long already numb. Ning Xiu fought 20 overmatches in a row and actually suffered 0 defeat. This kind of strength had blown up no idea how many people's eyes. The current Eastern Street marketplace was long already overcrowded. More and more alchemists were drawn over. How can this girl's strength be so strong? Looking at her appearance, she's only a step away from the Dao realm. The reason for the servant depends on the master. Could it be that this Grandmaster Yi is really the #1 alchemy genius? This Laos is here to take part in the Cloud Pill Summit, right? This kind of strength, who can be her match among 5-star alchemy gods? The onlookers' cries of exclamations repeated again and again. Currently, they were already prostrating on all fours in admiration toward Ning Xiu. To be able to crush a bunch of 6-star geniuses with 5-star alchemy god strength, this kind of battle achievement was sufficient to make her shoot to fame. At this time, Luo Yu was covered with sweat. The shock in his heart was already unable to use words to describe. He was not some random Tom, Dick, and Harry. His alchemy Dao was already comprehended to late-stage initial realm. He was just a step away from grand completion. But even so, after he fought with Ning Xiu for 4 hours, he was already firmly suppressed by Ning Xiu. At this time, He already had no way of remedying the situation and was unable to salvage his defeat anymore. These few days, he had been observing Ning Xiu the entire time. From the initial disdain to shock, then to stupefaction, he long did not have the initial most underestimating heart anymore. But he was still confident in himself. According to his observations, Ning Xiu's alchemy Dao strength was also merely at the late-stage initial realm. She was around the same as him. But his age was a little older than Ning Xiu. So he was confident that he would not lose to Ning Xiu. But after the face-off, he discovered that he was wrong very quickly. Ning Xiu flowed continuously when refining pills, seemingly like the sea that stretched long and unbroken, without any weaknesses to exploit at all. In the 4-hour contest, he did not find any opportunity at all. Suddenly, he felt Ning Xiu's aura grow stronger and stronger, sharper and fiercer. Luo Yu felt that this opponent in front of him was like a celestial deity that descended to the mortal world. Her aura became incomparably mighty. The powerful aura crushed over like toppling mountains and overturning the seas. Pooh work! Finally, he could not withstand it and spurted out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Ning Xiu with a look of astonishment, full of disbelief. She actually broke through. Yi Yuan looked at Ning Xiu, his face revealing a look of relief. The reason why he brought Ning Xiu to Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital was in order to find a breakthrough opportunity for her. With so many geniuses gathering, this was clearly the best occasion to train. Ning Xiu also did not let him down. Under Yi Yuan's tremendous pressure, her courage mounted as the fights progressed, finally breaking through to the grand completion initial realm. Taking this step, she would be able to push forward toward the goal of Dao realm. Grand completion initial realm. A 5-star alchemy God could reach grand completion initial realm. What kind of talent is this? Why has such a genius never been heard of before in the past? Could it be that this girl was really groomed by Grandmaster Yi? But his age isn't even as old as this lass. There were cries of exclamations all around. Currently, they unwittingly started to waver about Yi Yuan's strength. At this time, Ning Xiu slowly opened her eyes and said coolly, "What does a 5-star alchemy God reaching initial realm count for?" When His Excellency was at 3-star alchemy God, he already stepped into the Dao realm. He is the true genius. Breaking through to the grand completion initial realm, Ning Xiu felt that her state of mind was already totally different. Originally, she thought that her strength could not compete with these ancient families' descendants. But now, she was filled with confidence. She already could not find an opponent among her peers. Weren't these 6-star alchemy GODs defeated at her hands too? But the more it was so, the more she felt that Yi Yuan was unfathomable. The comprehension of initial realm was already so difficult, so how did Yi Yuan comprehend Dao realm at Heaven Glimpse realm? Could he not bear the name of number 1 alchemy genius? In Ning Xiu's heart, the medicine ancestor was also merely thus, right? It was just that her words caused a mighty uproar in the crowd. What? 3-star alchemy God Dao realm? This isn't joking around, right? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If it's really like this, then wouldn't so-called geniuses become a joke? This lass. Even if she won, there's also no need to elevate that punk like this, right? Saying this sort of word, there also has to be someone who believes it. Ning Xiu reached grand completion initial realm when at 5-star alchemy God. This was already outrageous to hear. Now, she actually said that Yi Yuan comprehended Dao realm when at 3-star, this was complete utter nonsense. Reaching the Dao realm when at the 3-star alchemy God realm, then him being at the 6-star alchemy God realm now, what kind of realm was he in? At this time, Yi Yuan slowly stood up, went to Luo Yu's side and said coolly, "Looks like your bit of strength isn't able to obtain the qualifications to challenge me. Go back and train more. Perhaps one day in the future, you'll have the qualifications to challenge me. Chapter 2024. Venting Frustration. Chapter 2024. Venting Frustration. Your Excellency, I won. I really won. It turns out that my strength is actually already so strong. Beside Yi Yuan, Ning Xiu danced with joy, becoming like a different person from the queen just now. This feeling right now made her have a feeling of transforming from a swallow into a phoenix. To Ning Xiu, the imperial capital was a South Civ place. How many geniuses were there in the entire southern border? This level of alchemy battle was not what she, a little girl who came from the countryside, could take part in at all. But after exchanging blows with Luo Yu she suddenly discovered that it turns out she had long already been standing on the same starting line as the entire southern border's geniuses under His Excellency's guidance. No, wait. It should be that she had walked even further. These so-called ancient family's descendants, alchemy geniuses, were actually all defeated at her hands. Even thinking about it now, Ning Xiu felt rather incredulous. Yi Yuan said, "These people were merely instigated by others. Their strength isn't considered strong. In this Cloud Pill Summit, the true geniuses should have already stepped into the Tao realm." Ning Xiu's gaze turned intent and she said in surprise, "So impressive?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "But you don't need to belittle yourself either. Wanting to step into the Tao realm, they are at least 6-star alchemy gods. Among 5-star alchemy gods, your strength can practically sweep through already." Ning Xiu said solemnly, "Xiu won't lose face for your excellency." Yi Yuan nodded his head and brought Ning Xiu and left, only leaving behind the crowd with stunned expressions. Young Master Yun, Ning Xiu and Luo Yu fought hard for more than 4 hours. Finally, Ning Xiu broke through to the grand completion initial realm, overpowering Luo Yu. All 23 ancient families' alchemy geniuses were defeated. After listening entirely to the manservant's report, there was death-like silence inside the box room. Originally wanted to take Yi Yuan down a notch and make him reveal his true colors. Who knew that they helped Yi Yuan's maidservant achieve her aim? The Cloud Pill Summit's great battle had yet to start and Ning Xiu's great name was likely going to echo throughout Cloud Pill. An ancient family's descendant suddenly said, "To this Ning Xiu's strength is likely also a top 10 existence when placed among 6-star alchemy gods. To be able to teach such a terrifying maidservant, could he Ning Xiu's performance finally made these people start to waver. Impossible." Yun Yi denied this guess firmly and said coldly, "I understand. This La's must be the protective talisman that Empyrean Flutterfeather gave Yi Yuan. Ning Xiu is probably Empyrean Flutterfeather's beloved disciple. You guys, think about it yourselves. What were you doing when you were 1,000+ years old? Even if he's exceptionally talented, it's also impossible to reach the realm of Grandmaster, isn't that so?" The moment Jing Buchuan heard, his eyes also lit up and he said with a nod, "What Brother Yunyi says is right, we were nearly hoodwinked. It's just that, I didn't expect that Empyrean Flutterfeather actually brought up such a formidable disciple. Given time, there will likely be another genius figure in the southern border's alchemy world." Everyone secretly nodded when they heard it. They had no way of refuting. Brother Yun-Yi, this punk concealed himself too deeply. What should we do? An ancient family's descendant said. Yun-Yi had an appearance like everything was planned out as he said with a faint smile, "Relax. He can avoid for a moment, but he can't avoid for life. Our statuses are a little low, but don't you all forget, there are still those grandmasters. Moreover, you all don't forget there's still Empyrean Popluing. Brother Buchuan, this will have to rely on you." Jing Buchuan and Yun-Yi exchanged a glance, and could not help laughing. Inside a luxurious pavilion in the inner city, powerful undulations spread out. But after these undulations came into contact with the pavilion's array formation, they were extinguished very quickly. Condense. Suddenly, a cold cry came over. Pill formed. Excellent skills. Brother Popluing's strength is a notch higher compared to the last Cloud Pill summit. Impressive. Impressive. This blue sky zenith pill, this Empyrean has attempted many times, but I couldn't refine it from start to end. I didn't expect that Brother Popluing actually succeeded in one try. Beside the medicinal cauldron, the Empyrean Popluing dressed in purple robes revealed a hint of smugness on his face. Originally, this Empyrean didn't plan on coming this time. But I couldn't simply accept Brother Piljade's boundless hospitality. That's why I agreed to it with great difficulty, Empyrean Popluing said with a smile. It was just that the smile was rather awkward. After he knew that Empyrean Flutterfeather gave the Grandmaster token to a snotty brat. There was no need to mention how enraged he was. But Empyrean Flutterfeather's status was above his. He also could not go and find the other party to reason it out. He naturally had a stomach full of anger. Originally, he did not plan on coming. But Empyrean Piljade issued an invitation to him. Considering Empyrean Piljade's face, he naturally had to give. He came, but this hurdle in his heart could not be cleared no matter what. Inside this pavilion were all Empyrean powerhouses, 7-star alchemy gods. The Cloud Pill Summit was not merely just the stage for those genius alchemists to exhibit themselves. Actually, the top priority was their exchange, these 7-star alchemy gods. Alchemy Dao entering 7-star, the effort expended that was required for each improvement made, was calculated with tens of thousands of years. During this kind of exchange, everyone each took what they were good at, and could naturally help each other forward. A 7-star alchemy god said, sigh. Also don't know how Brother Flutterfeather thinks, to actually give the Grandmaster token to a brat still wet behind his ears. His status is even above ours. How will we, these old fellows, put our faces? Empyrean Popluing chuckled and said, perhaps that kid's alchemy Dao is really exceedingly formidable, Cruz. Hi plus ing us at a young age? Brother Flutterfeather naturally has his reason to do so. On the outside, Empyrean Flutterfeather and him, Empyrean Popluing, were both Empyreans under Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's command. He naturally could not be too diametrically opposed when talking. But the sourness in the implied and explicit meaning of his words, even a pig could discern it. Being ridden on top of his head by a 6-star alchemy god, this taste was not pleasant. At this time, an Empyrean powerhouse came forward to urge, it's still Brother Popluing who is broad-minded. Your strength, all of us has a score in our hearts and don't need a Grandmaster token to affirm it at all. Apart from the 7 great Holy Lands Masters, Brother Popluing's strength is also the pinnacle most existence among Grandmasters. Empyrean Popluing smiled and said, Brother Zheng is too kind. There is always someone better, and heaven beyond heaven. This Empyrean came this time primarily to catch up with everyone and have exchanges. The Empyrean powerhouse speaking was precisely the Jing family's ancestor, 7-star alchemy god Jing Qiuan. A few days ago, he heard Jing Buchuan's report, saying that Yi Yuan was incomparably arrogant and looked down on the Jing family. Jing Qiuan naturally flew into a great rage after hearing it. A mere 6-star alchemy god actually dared to challenge him? Holding a Grandmaster token, and he really took himself to be a Grandmaster? This brat that came from God knows where was also arrogant to the extreme. Jing Qiuan smiled and said, currently in the city, the rumors are that Yi Yuan is the Myriad Treasure Bodhidharma's newly ascended genius disciple. Empyrean Flutterfeather only gave the Grandmaster token to him due to being coerced by Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's pressure. Brother Popluing, you're also under Lord Myriad Treasure, wonder if there's such a thing? Bulls. Hi plus T genius disciple. There's no such person in the Myriad Treasure Bodhidharma at all. Empyrean Popluing could not refrain from cursing. Jing Qiuan was also slightly surprised when he heard. His thinking was the same as Jing Buchuan. He did not expect that Yi Yuan did not come from the myriad treasure Bodhidharma at all. So that's how it is. Then I'm very perplexed, Brother Pupluing. How about this, we invite him over to our conference. Everyone will help you vent this frustration. Jing Qiuan said. Chapter 2025. Not treating himself as an outsider. Chapter 2025. Not treating himself as an outsider. Yi Yuan, somebody sent an invitation over earlier. The person said to let you open it personally. Ning Xiu handed an invitation to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan opened it and took a look, and his brows could not help knitting together. Ning Xiu also had a curious face. Moving closer to take a look, she discovered that it turned out it was an invitation to an alchemy gathering. Your Excellency, these are all Empyrean powerhouses, 7-star alchemy G.O.D.S. TSK, grandmasters are grandmasters, even the treatment is different, Ning Xiu smiled and said. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, Grandmaster? Hoo, there's probably an ulterior motive, right? Ning Xiu was stunned but reacted very quickly. In her heart, Yi Yuan was a powerhouse on the same level as these 7-star alchemy G.O.D.S. So her first reaction when she saw the invitation was that Yi Yuan was very impressive. But as long as one thought about it slightly, they would know that something was not right. She thought so, but they did not think that way. Could those Empyreans have a high opinion of Yi Yuan, this 6-star alchemy G.O.D.? Like that, huh? Then we aren't going? Ning Xiu said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Go. Why aren't we going? Being able to become a 7-star alchemy G.O.D., there's bound to be some saving grace. Since that's the case, what's the harm in going to interact with them? Yi Yuan agreeing to come to the Cloud Pill Summit was aiming at these 7-star alchemy G.O.D.s. Reaching the realm of 7-star alchemy G.O.D. realm, each one could not be underestimated. Yi Yuan had never doubted his alchemy talent, but he would also never be arrogant and conceited. Back then, in Cloud Marsh City, he fought fiercely for several thousand matches. It was not in order to deliberately show off his talent, but to learn widely from others' strong points. And after that, he indeed learned a lot from other people. His alchemy strength also improved at a tremendous pace. Coming to Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital this time, his goal was also the same. As for Luo Yu, those people, they were not worth mentioning at all in Yi Yuan's eyes. He naturally could not be bothered to take action. What's the point of making a heavenly emperor powerhouse and a celestial deity martial artist discuss about martial Tao? Wanting to converse with Yi Yuan as equals, they needed to be at the middle stage Tao realm at the very least. Ning Xiu hesitated and said, But these people are clearly harboring ill intent. Yi Yuan said coolly, Want to make things difficult for me, they at least got to reach Brother Flutterfeather's strength too. Just the likes of them aren't qualified enough. By the side, Ning Xiu had a besotted appearance. This calm confidence seemed played down, but actually, that sort of might was established on the foundation of countless victories. This kind of imposing momentum was even stronger than that kind of imposing momentum which showed disdain on all under the heavens. And this kind of man naturally attracted women even more. But Ning Xiu had long given up on this thought. She knew that His Excellency had fetters in his heart. The current Ning Xiu was already very satisfied. As long as she could stay by His Excellency's side like this, she was already very satisfied. Halt! Qiandan Pavilion is Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital's important place. Miscellaneous personnel is not to enter. Yi Yuan came to a tall multi-storied pavilion according to the address and was immediately stopped by a 9th firmament true God powerhouse. His words were full of warning. A 3rd firmament true God dared to run here, was there a problem with his head? Yi Yuan took out the invitation and said coolly, Empyrean Lumen issued the invitation to me. Written on it is this address. It should be correct, right? Seeing the invitation, the ninth firmament True God's face changed, using suspicious eyes to size Yi Yuan up. Why would Empyrean Lumen invite a True God realm here? Opening the invitation to take a look, the ninth firmament True God's pupils constricted and he cried out in surprise, "You know, Your Excellency, your Grandmaster Yi Yuan? If there's no second Yi Yuan, it should be me." Yi Yuan took out his Grandmaster token. The other party's expression instantly became incomparably awkward. He hurriedly returned the invitation to Yi Yuan and said in fear and trepidation, "Your Excellency, please don't blame this lowly one. This lowly one really didn't recognize Your Excellency." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Can I go in now?" The ninth firmament True God squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying as he said, "Oh, of course." Looking at Yi Yuan's back view, he had an impulse of wanting to cry. This Yi Yuan was seriously too confusing, being simply a ma's sieve pit. Currently, there were also 8,000 True God realm martial artists in Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital if there weren't 10,000. Who knew that one of them was a Grandmaster? Entering Qiandan Pavilion, Yi Yuan directly entered a transmission array and entered an area of SPAC. There were already more than 10 people in the SPAC. They were gathered together, seemingly discussing something. These people's auras were extremely strong. They were actually all Empyrean powerhouses. Seeing Yi Yuan enter, the group of Empyreans immediately stopped discussing, looking toward Yi Yuan collectively. Buzz. One powerful aura after another came from head-on. More than 10 Empyrean powerhouses, even if they did not release Empyrean pressure, this sort of imposing momentum was also not what a puny little True God realm could withstand. Among them were several gazes that were rather unfriendly. A mere True God realm dares to barge into Qiandan Pavilion. Are you tired of living? An Empyrean stepped out, causing powerful aura cruise. Hi+ing over toward Yi Yuan. This person was none other than precisely Jing Qiuan. He naturally knew that this one in front of him was Yi Yuan. This was deliberately taking Yi Yuan down a notch, wanting to see the appearance of Yi Yuan being frightened until he peed his pants. Except, he was disappointed. Yi Yuan stood there lazily just like that as if nothing happened. What a joke. Empyrean realm was powerful, but wanting to scare Yi Yuan just based on a bit of Empyrean pressure, Jing Qiuan was clearly thinking too much. It was only to see Yi Yuan completely ignore Jing Qiuan. Sweeping a glance over everyone's faces, he opened his mouth and said coolly, "Which one is Brother Lumen? I'm Yi Yuan." Seeing Yi Yuan's composed appearance, the group of Empyreans was all secretly surprised. Forget about a third firmament True God, even if a ninth firmament True God entered here, they would not even dare to breathe loudly. Let alone that Jing Qiuan even released his Empyrean pressure. But Yi Yuan was not affected at all. This kid was not simple. This was the first impression that Yi Yuan gave everyone. Jing Qiuan stood there awkwardly as if he was making a fool of himself. In the middle, a middle-aged man with a stern gaze opened his mouth and said smilingly, "Hoo-hoo, turns out that it's Grandmaster Yi. We're currently discussing an ancient formula and just happened to be at a loss. Grandmaster Yi came right on time and can give us a pointer or two." As he said, he came forward in swift steps, pulling Yi Yuan to join everyone. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Dare not say give pointers. Everybody should discuss it a bit." This attitude made the group of Empyreans frown endlessly. This behavior seemingly made himself as someone in the same generation as the group of Empyreans. Did this kid not have any score in his heart about how much capability he had? Did he really take himself to be a Grandmaster? Jing Qiuan had just suffered a loss and currently had nowhere to vent his fury. Hearing this, he could not help saying with a cold smile, Truly boasting shamelessly. You, a mere third firmament true God, don't even know if you can refine rank 6 divine pills or not, but you also dare to inquire about 7th firmament pill formulas? Calling Yi Yuan over, this idea was given by him. They were indeed also investigating the ancient formula. But this ancient formula was not that simple. They were also at a loss on what to do currently. But Yi Yuan postured the moment he came up. He really was not treating himself as an outsider. Chapter 2026. Ancient Formula. Chapter 2026. Ancient Formula. Yi Yuan's brows raised slightly, and he looked at Jing Qiuan with a smile that was not a smile as he said, "Didn't Brother Lumen issue this invitation to me to invite me to come over and discuss together? Why, can't I discuss it?" Jing Qiuan could not help choking when he heard that, being asphyxiated by Yi Yuan badly. At this time, another Empyrean spoke up to rebuke. "Insolence! You, a mere true God realm, actually dare to call Brother Lumen brother? Where's the sense of propriety?" The other Empyreans deeply felt that way too, secretly nodding their heads. A third firmament true God addressing a group of Empyreans as brothers, it sounded strange, no matter how they listened. Even if Yi Yuan had a Grandmaster token in his hand. Yi Yuan smiled slightly when he heard that. He knew that this bunch of guys felt displeased in their hearts. But he similarly had nothing to fear and just said coolly, "Brother Flutterfeather and I interact as peers. Furthermore, I have this Grandmaster token in my hands, so why can't I call Brother Lumen? Forget it. If everyone feels that this Yi is a hindrance here, this Yi will leave. This kind of discussion and exchange, forget about it." Done talking, Yi Yuan turned around and walked straight for the transmission array. Jing Qiuan's face could not help changing when he heard that. He was just very displeased looking at Yi Yuan's arrogant appearance, so he attacked Yi Yuan nonstop. But if Yi Yuan really left, wouldn't their carefully arranged scheme be in vain? They did it in order to nauseate Yi Yuan. Now, it became a problem. It gave Yi Yuan a way out now. Empyrean Lumen chuckled and hurriedly stopped Yi Yuan, saying, "Wait a minute, Grandmaster Yi. These guys are all feeling psychologically shocked. Honestly speaking, I'm very interested in Grandmaster Yi. Brother Flutterfeather's eyes are very discerning. For Grandmaster Yi to be able to be valued highly by him, you're bound to be extraordinary." Yi Yuan just sneered coldly in his heart. One was being the bad cop, the other was the good cop? What a deep scheme. Except, what did Yi Yuan have to fear? It's not to the extent of being extraordinary, but exchanging a little with everyone. This Yi still has this qualification. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he said coolly, "What a conceited brat." The group of Empyreans also could not resist sucking in a cold breath. Such an arrogant true God realm, it was still their first time seeing. Haha, that's of course. People who get the Grandmaster token naturally have the qualifications to discuss in depth with us. Come, this is your seat, Grandmaster Yi. Empyrean Lumen pulled Yi Yuan back again, pressing him on his seat. This seat was shockingly right beside Empyrean Lumen. "Everyone, be seated, be seated. Come, Grandmaster Yi. Let me introduce us fellow Taoists to you. This Empyrean is Lumen, East Heaven Great Imperial Capital's Empyrean Windrider's good friend." Empyrean Lumen said to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "I pay respects to Brother Lumen." Jing Qiuan smiled coldly and said, "Brother Lumen is an authentic Grandmaster." He was afraid of angering Yi Yuan and that he would run away again. But everyone understood the meaning in his words. Empyrean Lumen was an authentic Grandmaster, while Yi Yuan was naturally a fake Grandmaster. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him, but he was also secretly shocked in his heart. It turned out that this Empyrean Lumen was actually a possessor of a Grandmaster token too. No wonder these people all respected him. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "Sorry for any disrespect." His impression of Empyrean Lumen was not good. This guy clearly plotted this scheme to humiliate him. Empyrean Lumen chuckled and said, "What, Grandmaster? This Empyrean just benefited from Brother Windrider's light, that's all, it's not worth mentioning. Rather, it's Grandmaster Yi who shows great promise at a young age." Back then, hearing that a true God Realm Grandmaster will be coming to the Cloud Pill Summit this time, this Empyrean got a big shock. Come. Introduce to you more. This is Empyrean Pupluing, also a good friend of Brother Flutterfeather just like you. His alchemy strength isn't weaker than mine. Yi Yuan looked at Empyrean Pupluing rather surprisedly. He did not expect that they actually met here. Hearing Lumen's introduction, the group of Empyreans all looked at Yi Yuan with gloating faces, wanting to see whether this kid would feel Embara. As said or not. SN. ATC Head People's Grandmaster Token. Now, ran into the real owner, aren't you Embara? As said? Who knew that Yi Yuan clasped his hands at Empyrean Pupluing very calmly and said with a smile, "I pay respects to Brother Pupluing." Snort. Empyrean Pupluing's brows furrowed, snorting coldly and ignoring Yi Yuan. Everyone had amazed expression. This kid had such thick skin. Empyrean Lumen introduced one by one, Yi Yuan also greeted one by one. When he was introduced to Jing Qiuan, he finally knew why this guy was targeting him. It turned out that this guy was the Jing family's ancestor, that 7-star alchemy God. But he took no notice of it. This Jing Qiuan's strength was ranked in the middle and lower levels among this group of people. What threat could he pose to him? Yi Yuan understood in his heart, Empyrean Lumen's introduction under this kind of occasion would definitely be according to the ranking in strength. Jing Qiuan's ranking was very far back, clearly indicating that his strength was not strong. As for the rest, no one showed him any good attitude either. You, a true God realm, were posturing in front of us, a bunch of Empyreans still want to show you a good attitude? Yi Yuan had a score in his heart and also could not be bothered to fuss over it. Oh right, we were discussing an ancient formula earlier and just happened to have no clues. Since Grandmaster Yi came, why not talk about your view? Empyrean Lumen said smilingly. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Can you let this Yi take a look at this ancient formula?" Empyrean Lumen nodded and said, "That's of course." As he said, he reached his hand out in front of him and swiped. A light screen appeared in front of Yi Yuan. This ancient formula is called 7 Treasure Cloud Wind Pill. There are clear indications of 7 core ingredients in the pill formula. But inside this incomplete pill formula, there are only 4 core ingredients. The other 3 kinds are unknown. These few days, after we've discussed, we've confirmed a core ingredient. But there are still 2 that can't be confirmed. The various fellow Taoists have raised many opinions, but in the end it was all proven incorrect, Empyrean Lumen introduced. Yi Yuan looked at this pill formula and was immediately attracted. This was an extremely high difficulty rank 7 divine pill. Inklings could be seen from the 7 core ingredient. Very soon, Yi Yuan fell into hard thinking. So many 7-star alchemy GODs already discussed for as long as a month and only deduced 1 core ingredient. Clearly, gathering 7 of them was not that easy. Even if it was Yi Yuan, it also could not be deduced in a short while. As for rank 7 spirit medicines, Yi Yuan had long already started researching. He had the sacred ancestors' inheritance in his brain. Rank 7 spirit medicines were naturally nothing difficult. Seeing Yi Yuan's appearance, the group of Empyreans' faces was full of disdain. Jing Qiuan had a fake smile as he said, "Pretty good at putting up an appearance, it's just that we don't know how much capability you have. This is a level 7 difficulty rank 7 divine pill. I even suspect whether he can understand the pill formula or not." Empyrean Pupluing also responded with a sneer, saying, "This seat has already researched for more than a month and swapped out several hundred types of rank 7 spirit medicines. But there was nothing gleaned. Even if he has some capability, he can forget about perceiving anything within half a month." At this time, another Empyrean smiled and said, "Even if he can really understand it, I'm afraid the suggestions he proposed, we'd have long already discussed them before. In my view, we'd best continue discussing, see what tricks he can come up with." Chapter 2027. Instantly Understood. Chapter 2027. Instantly understood. The current Yi Yuan already put his body and mind into the pill formula. These people's discussion, he did not hear a single word of it. When Lumen saw this scene, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. This focus level was also too terrifying, right? Was Yi Yuan pretending to be profound? Maybe not. This kind of focused expression could not be intentionally made. But he also knew that for Yi Yuan to want to digest this ancient formula, it would definitely need a very long time. So he said, "Then, let's continue discussing. May I ask, Brother Lumen, what was the fifth kind of spirit medicine that everybody deduced?" Just as everyone was planning on continuing to discuss, Yi Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Empyrean Lumen was taken aback when he heard that and said, "The fifth kind of spirit medicine was proposed by Brother Popluing. He felt that it should be element heart illusionary love GRA. We've discussed for as long as half a month and unanimously feel that the fifth kind of spirit medicine is it," Empyrean Popluing said with a proud look. His eyes when looking at Yi Yuan was full of provocation. However, Yi Yuan did not look at him at all but frowned and was lost in thought. Everyone looked at him with baffled faces, not knowing what this meant. "Could it be that Grandmaster Yi has some views?" Empyrean Lumen asked curiously. Yi Yuan suddenly shook his head and said, "The fifth type of spirit medicine isn't the element heart illusionary love GRA. The moment the voice landed, Empyrean Popluing's face turned black, and he almost lost it. "Humph! This lad is wildly arrogant. The result that we unanimously approved of, you want to overthrow it with one word? Brat, I've tolerated you for very long. Don't put on an act if you don't know," Empyrean Popluing said in a thunderous rage. The others also secretly found it funny, watching the show by the side. Empyrean Popluing finally could not hold back anymore. Jing Qiyuan had a gloating expression on his face as he said disdainfully, "In less than 15 minutes' time from start to end, you denied the result that we discussed for half a month? Brat, you're very capable. Why don't you say why the element heart illusionary love GRA.S is wrong?" Even Empyrean Lumen also frowned slightly and said, "Grandmaster Yi, the 7 treasure cloud wind pill is a wind attribute medicinal pill. Qing Yulian, Qing Luo Yunzan, flowing cloud daywind fruit, and redundant spirit flower. These 4 kinds of spirit medicines are all wind attribute spirit medicines among rank 7 spirit medicines. The one that is most compatible with them is none other than the element heart illusionary love GRA.S. What is inappropriate?" Yi Yuan did not speak. His eyes glued on the pill formula on the light screen. The group of Empyreans sneered coldly without ceasing. They already confirmed that this kid was simply holding a position without qualifications. Furthermore, their tolerance already reached the limit. If you really had the ability, then it was naturally another matter altogether. But you were full of SHI+T and still wanted to posture here, then it was your wrong. Heh, what a fine Grandmaster Yi. This is the in-depth discussion that you spoke of? Stop making a spectacle of yourself here. The world of 7-star alchemy GODS is what you'll never be able to imagine. Jing Qiyuan finally caught the chance and said with a cold smile, "Young man, stop pretending to know when you don't. It's not that by holding a Grandmaster token you'll really be a Grandmaster. Ignorant. Kid, this place isn't a place that you should come, hurry up and get lost." The group of Empyrean already completely lost patience. Today's trap already completely stripped Yi Yuan off. This guy was a complete and utter conman. The Grandmaster token in his hands was simply a kind of insult. However, Yi Yuan did not seem to have heard their words. His eyes were still staring fixedly at the light screen. Jing Qiuan snorted coldly. Reaching his hand out to grab at Yi Yuan, he even said, "Asked you to get lost, didn't hear?" But his hands had not touched Yi Yuan yet, and suddenly Yi Yuan opened his mouth. It's true that the 7 Treasure Cloud Wind Pill is a wind attribute medicinal pill. The other 4 types are also indeed wind attribute spirit medicines. On the surface, it looks like the element heart illusionary love GRAS is indeed the most suitable 5th type of spirit medicine. But the composition style of this medicinal pill isn't like this. Yi Yuan ruminated as he said this. Oh? Pray tell. Empyrean Lumen said with great interest. Jing Qiuan withdrew his hand resentfully. His expression was seemingly embarrassed. As said. Yi Yuan continued explaining, when placed in a medicinal pill, an attribute can have thousands, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of ways of expression. The former 4 types of spirit medicines look to be disorderly and unsystematic, but actually, they abide by a kind of rule, that is the speed characteristic of wind attribute. But the element heart illusionary love GRAS clearly doesn't belong to this category. Yi Yuan spoke with confidence and composure, making everyone's faces become solemn. Lies the 4 types of spirit medicines in detail. The attributes that each type of spirit medicine contained, as well as the pairing between spirit medicines. He spoke about it as if enumerating his family's heritage. The expression on everyone's faces went from the initial most disdain, to shock, then to deep thought later. Unknowingly, they were already completely drawn in by the things Yi Yuan said, as if they were students that were listening respectfully to their teacher. Empyrean Lumen was extremely shocked in his heart. He had never considered these things before. The thing that they discussed for more than a month was actually totally repudiated by Yi Yuan in 15 minutes. This bit of time was roughly just enough for Yi Yuan to skim through the ancient formula once. Could it be that? Yi Yuan only swept one glance and already completely understood the pill formula? Instantly understood? This. How horrifying did this kind of comprehension ability have to be? Could it be that this guy did not need to use his brain? The more Empyrean Lumen thought, the more terrified he felt. He discovered that Yi Yuan's understanding of alchemy Dao was much deeper than his, and it was already pointing straight at the source of alchemy Dao. This kind of understanding was not what a high realm could accomplish. The understanding of the source of spirit medicines was not limited to realm, but it could determine one's realm. The height of Yi Yuan's horizons made the group of 7-star alchemy gods perspire from Embark. Sment. Jing Qiuan's expression became uglier and uglier. He did not think that Yi Yuan's understanding of alchemy Dao was actually so deep, even flinging him behind several streets. Just this one pill formula, Yi Yuan already analyzed until he deconstructed it entirely. There were quite a few areas where even he, this 7-star alchemy god, did not understand. Empyrean Lumen's eyes became brighter and brighter. Suddenly, he smacked his thighs and cried out in surprise, "So that's how it is! So that's how it is! Why didn't I think of it?" Grandmaster Yi, then in your view, what's the 5th type of spirit medicine? Yi Yuan's string of words earlier gave him a feeling of being enlightened all of a sudden. But who knew that Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Haven't thought of a suitable one for the time being. Give me some time." Saying finish this sentence, Yi Yuan closed his eyes and fell into rumination. He only glanced at the pill formula once after all. He could understand the pill formula, but wanting to make up for the spirit medicines naturally could not be done in a short while. The other Empyreans naturally understood. Completing a pill formula was not something that could be accomplished in one go. Not only did it need to undergo precise deductions, it even had to go through numerous trials. Only when the medicinal pill was refined could it be considered a complete success. A short 15 minutes, forget about Yi Yuan, even if the medicine ancestor came, he could not do it either. But even so, it was also sufficient to astonish the group of Empyreans. Those Empyreans used an expression like they had seen a ghost to look at Yi Yuan, not knowing what they should say. Was this guy really just 1,000 over years old? Such profound understanding, even old monsters that had lived for millions of years could not match up to. Chapter 2028, A Wager. Chapter 2028, A Wager. The group of 7-star alchemy gods all fell into rumination. Even Empyrean Popluing was also recollecting the aftertaste of Yi Yuan's words previously. Yi Yuan's view was extremely profound, enlightening them greatly. The exchange of alchemy Dao lay here. But the current Yi Yuan was already in mayhem inside his mind, unfolding a terrifying brainstorm. Just like that, the entire SPAC fell into silence. No idea how long had passed, said Aether. Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes. The others were all stirred. Is there a result, Grandmaster Yi? Empyrean Lumen's eyes lit up and he asked curiously. Yi Yuan nodded and said, This Yi deduced and found that 3 proposals have the highest likelihood. As for which formula is the most suitable, we need to refine them before we can know for sure. Everyone looked at Yi Yuan with amazed faces, incredulity written all over their faces. They all, this bunch of 7-star alchemy gods, researched for a month and only supplement one type of spirit medicine. Furthermore, it was even wrong. Just 2 days had passed, said, and he came up with 3 proposals? Empyrean Lumen hurriedly said, Grandmaster Yi, please quickly say. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, There are many spirit medicines containing speed attribute. But those able to conform to the 4 types of spirit medicines, there are only a few hundred type. After this Yi deduced, I finally confirmed these 3 proposals. The first, Sun Foliage, Deer Soul Young Heart Fruit, and Thousand Maple Vine. The second, Fire Luan Gras. Windcry Grus, and Unity Heart Brilliant Fruit. The third, Thundercloud Immortal Condensing Fruit, Crimson Wind Sword Tooth Gras. And Illusory Glas. Cardamom. As Yi Yuan said, the group of 7-star alchemy gods immediately deduced rapidly in their heads. These were all major powers. Whether or not the spirit medicines Yi Yuan said were somewhat interesting, they would be able to tell very soon. But Jing Qiuan gave a cold snort and said, Utter nonsense. Deer Soul Young Heart Fruit is a wood attribute spirit medicine, Fire Luan Gras. Is a fire attribute spirit medicine, and the Thundercloud Immortal Condensing Fruit is a thunder attribute spirit medicine. But you're using them to be core ingredients. It's simply matching a donkey's head to a horse's mouth. Empyrean Popluing snorted coldly and said, How can this kind of pairing possibly refine the 7 treasure cloud wind pill? Kid, could it be that you were showing off to us earlier? The other Empyreans also revealed doubtful looks. Clearly, they were very much in agreement with Jing Qiuan's way of saying things. The favorable impression that was just established toward Yi Yuan immediately evaporated into thin air. These 3 kinds of situations that Yi Yuan talked about could not possibly refine the 7 treasure cloud wind pill at all. Even Empyrean Lumen also had tightly locked brows, clearly very perplexed. At this time, Yi Yuan also felt a fire rose in his heart. Even a clay bodhisattva had some anger. This Jing Qiuan targeted him time and again. Did he really take Yi Yuan to be a soft persimmon? It was only to see him look at Jing Qiuan with a smile that was not a smile, opening his mouth and saying, If the medicinal pill is refined using these 3 proposals, what will you do? Jing Qiuan's expression turned stiff and he said, That's impossible. Yi Yuan sneered and said, Is that so? Shut your mouth up for me if you don't have the guts. And, body will take you to be a mute. How could Jing Qiuan endure such provocation? He said in a cold voice, If it can't be refined, what will you do? Yi Yuan said coolly, If it can't be refined, I'll immediately hand over the Grandmaster token, pack up my things and leave. never to refine a pill again in this lifetime. Don't say that this Yi is bullying you. If you lose, your Jing family will withdraw from the Cloud Pill Summit henceforth. Do you dare to bet or not? Jing Qiuan's face changed, clearly being frightened by Yi Yuan's wager. The Zheng family withdrawing from the Cloud Pill Summit was equivalent to being isolated by the entire southern border alchemy world. This would be a tremendous blow to the Zheng family. The others all looked at Jing Qiuan in great shock and discovered that he was squeezed until his complexion was livid. When Empyrean Lumen saw the situation, he hurriedly stepped forward to be a mediator, saying, "Hohu, everyone is a man of the same occupation. Why is there a need to make this wager and hurt feelings?" Yi Yuan sneered coldly and said, "Ever since this Yi came here, he, Jing Qiuan, has provoked me time and again. Really take this Yi to be easy to bully? Really think that this Yi is young and ignorant? Those little B.A.S.T.A.R.D.S of your Jing family are unconvinced and went in front of you to lodge a complaint, saying that I'm not worthy of this position of Grandmaster, saying that this Yi challenging you is conceited and arrogant. Therefore, that's why you made things difficult in all respects. Isn't that so?" Jing Qiuan's complexion was incomparably ugly, full of embarrassment after being exposed. The other Empyreans were also very surprised, not expecting that there were actually still so many twists and turns in between. No wonder Jing Qiuan was put off by Yi Yuan. It turned out that he felt that Yi Yuan swept away the Jing family's face. Empyrean Popluing's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold smile, "Brother Jing, messing around for half a day, you were using this Empyrean as an excuse, huh? Ever since taking part in this exchange meet, Jing Qiuan would always incite by the side, saying that Yi Yuan S.N.A.T.C. head away his position of Grandmaster and so forth. Messing around for a long time, he was finding ground for himself and deliberately making things difficult for Yi Yuan." Jing Qiuan's face changed slightly and he hurriedly explained, That was merely children quarreling. I genuinely feel wronged for Brother Popluing." Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Whether it's sincere or a pretense, it's also fine. This pill formula can naturally explain everything. I just ask you, dare to bet or not?" One sentence forced Jing Qiuan to the corners of the wall. Jing Qiuan did not expect that a little brat was actually so astute, directly putting him on the opposite of all the Empyreans. At this time, he had no choice but to agree to it. Jing Qiuan gritted his teeth and said in a cold voice, "Bet away. Will this Empyrean be scared of you? This Empyrean doesn't believe that with a different attribute you can still refine a wind attribute medicinal pill." Yi Yuan turned to Empyrean Lumen and said coolly, "Brother Lumen, I'll have to trouble you for this pill testing." Previously, Yi Yuan did not bother with Jing Qiuan the entire time. Empyrean Lumen even thought that Yi Yuan did not want to offend Jing Qiuan, who knew that he did a full display of his abilities and keen-edged the moment he made his move. Yi Yuan was using his alchemy profession to wager with the Jing family. Did this kid really have so much confidence? Was he arrogant at heart and haughty in manner? Or did he really have a well-thought-out plan? As for to what extent Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao attainments were, everyone did not doubt it anymore. That bout of discussion previously was absolutely not what a layman could say. Just based on those, Yi Yuan had the qualifications to sit and debate Dao with them. But just as Jing Qiuan said, Yi Yuan's chances of winning were very low. They were all alchemy big shot. They naturally understood the characteristics of spirit medicines. What Jing Qiuan said was not wrong. Sigh, really going to cause a scene to this extent? Forget it. Since that's the case, let's test the pill formulas then, Empyrean Lumen said helplessly. At this time, the two people were diametrically opposed and it was clearly unable to be resolved anymore. Urging anymore was also useless. This place was also a large-scale refining room. As for these rank 7 spirit medicines that were normally hard to lay eyes on, they could naturally be gathered in the Cloud Pill Summit. Before long, 3 sets of spirit medicines were placed in front of everyone. The first one gathered sun foliage, deersoul youngheart fruit, and thousand maple vine. After Empyrean Lumen prepared for a while, he started refining the pill. Yi Yuan's mind was very focused, fully on Empyrean Lumen's pill refinement, as if the wager did not have the slightest thing to do with him. Empyrean Lumen was indeed worthy of being a grandmaster of his generation. His alchemy strength astounded all around. Even Yi Yuan also had a rare feeling of admiration. Only this realm of powerhouse had the qualifications to debate on Tao with him. But, after 4 hours, a puff suddenly came from inside the medicinal cauldron. Failed. Chapter 2029, As You Wisconsin H. Plus. Chapter 2029, As You Wisconsin H. Plus, ha ha ha. I said it right? This kind of combination, it's totally impossible to refine the 7 treasure cloud wind pill. Seeing Empyrean Lumen failed, Zheng Qiuan immediately had an ecstatic look. It was just that there was no one who concurred with him at all. The laughter gradually stopped. Zheng Qiuan had an said look and could only laugh dryly twice and brush it off. Except, his eyes when looking at Yi Yuan became even more baleful. If not for this brat, he also would not be isolated by everyone. Empyrean Lumen looked toward Yi Yuan and said, Grandmaster Yi, when this Empyrean was refining just now, there was always a wood attribute energy messing things up inside. The medicinal pill wasn't able to condense at all. This method doesn't work. The others all looked at Yi Yuan, revealing worried looks. Once he failed, Yi Yuan would not be able to refine pills anymore in this life. To an alchemist, this was simply worse than even killing him. Especially that Yi Yuan's attainments in alchemy were even so high. However, Yi Yuan seemed to be completely fine. He just said coolly, since it doesn't work, change to the second kind then. Empyrean Lumen nodded his head and started refining the pill according to the second proposal. Yi Yuan watched with a calm expression, but his views on Empyrean Lumen gradually changed. Looks like he misunderstood him. Empyrean Lumen was clearly different from the rest. Calling him over was not in order to embarrass him, but purely wanting to see his strength. About this point, Yi Yuan could see from his attitude in refining pills. With Yi Yuan's eyesight, even if Empyrean Lumen did any cheating actions, how could it escape his eyes? However, the first proposal's failure was clearly a problem of the spirit medicine's combination and not Empyrean Lumen's lack of effort. Time slowly trickled by. Fine beads of sweat also seeped out on Empyrean Lumen's forehead. His control of the medicinal cauldron fell shorter and shorter of his wishes. Finally, there was another puff. It failed again. All of the Empyreans' faces changed slightly. This was the second failure. It also represented that Yi Yuan did not have a way out anymore. Brother Lumen, this time, it should be the fire attribute power causing trouble, right? Next, it should be the thunder tribute's turn. This kind of low-level mistake, any alchemist wouldn't make it. He actually pledged in all solemnity, saying that it will definitely succeed. Truly ignorant. In my view, he's completely clueless about alchemy and is simply a pretty vase. That speech previously was likely taught to him by Brother Flutterfeather. 2 failures made Zheng Qiuan's confidence soar. He was more and more certain that his thinking was correct. As it should be, pure wind attribute spirit medicines mixing in other attributes, how to integrate. Empyrean Popluing's brows furrowed slightly and he said, Grandmaster Yi, why not forget about it? As long as you open your mouth, this Empyrean and Brother Flutterfeather will speak up to bail you out. Absolutely no one will dare to do anything to you. Hearing this, Zheng Qiuan's face could not help changing. Brother Popluing, are you oppressing people by force? Zheng Qiuan said in a solemn voice. Empyrean Popluing said coolly, so what if yes? You! Zheng Qiuan could not help choking. In this land of southern border, Empyrean Popluing was still alright, but Empyrean Flutterfeather's status was too revered. His Jing family was at the very most a third-rate Holy Land, being far worse than even Lus True's gold great imperial capital. Now, seeing as Yi Yuan was about to lose, Empyrean Popluing actually took Yi Yuan's side. Could it be that he did not mind Yi Yuan's NATC, hing his Grandmaster token? Right at this time, Yi Yuan said coolly, "Brother Popluing's good intentions, this Yi appreciates it. However, this Yi am a man of my word and naturally won't renege. Isn't there still another formula? The victor hasn't been decided." Hearing this, the group of Empyreans could not help secretly shaking their heads. Still young in the end. Ruining his brilliant future to show off momentary bravery, was there a need? Moreover, there was still Empyrean Flutterfeather and Empyrean Popluing, this level of big shots vouching for him. But Jing Qiuan was overjoyed in his heart. But he had a sneer on his face as he said, "Brat, stop saying it with such dignified airs. Aren't you relying on the fact that you have Brother Flutterfeather backing you up? So you're emboldened by support?" Yi Yuan gave him a nonchalant glance and said, "Don't you just want to goad me into swearing a heavenly Tao oath? As you Wisconsin H. Plus, done talking, Yi Yuan swore a heavenly Tao oath in front of everybody. Everyone stared dumbfoundedly with agape mouths. This little fellow was also too capricious, right? At this point, Yi Yuan's chance of winning was already extremely small. He actually swore a heavenly Tao oath. With this, even if Empyrean Flutterfeather's means were immensely formidable, there was also no way out. "Now it's your turn." Yi Yuan looked at Jing Qiuan and said coolly. Jing Qiuan chuckled and said, "This wager, you will lose for sure. So what if this Empyrean swears a heavenly Tao oath?" Finished talking, Jing Qiuan also swore a heavenly Tao oath. Empyrean Popluing shook his head with a pitying look. This Yi Yuan was a member of the Myriad Treasure Tower, no matter what, but being rendered unable to refine pills because of this kind of dispute caused by personal feelings, it was too regrettable. "Brother Lumen, begin then." Jing Qiuan had a smile all over his face as he looked at Empyrean Lumen and said. Empyrean Lumen sighed slightly and started the third refinement. Time slowly trickled by. It was very calm the whole time inside the medicinal cauldron, currently advancing according to routine. After more than 2 hours, the medicinal cauldron suddenly started vibrating. The moment Jing Qiuan saw this, the excitement on his face could not be concealed anymore, saying with pleasant surprise, "Ha ha ha. Indeed it couldn't hold out anymore. Like I said, how can Thunder Attribute possibly integrate into a Wind Attribute medicinal pill?" The faces of the group of Empyrean changed, revealing looks of pity. This time, Yi Yuan really suffered a cruise. Hi+ing defeat. Empyrean Popluing let out a sigh, his gaze looking over toward Yi Yuan. But he discovered that Yi Yuan had a calm expression, and was actually not worried at all. Could it be that this kid was really a layman, so he did not care that he could not refine pills? But that shouldn't be so. In a blink, 100 breaths said, the medicinal cauldron was still quaking. Another 15 minutes said, the medicinal cauldron was still vibrating. 2 hours said, the medicinal cauldron was still shaking. But the medicinal pill still did not become a failed product. Jing Qiuan was long already incomparably anxious. He was shouting madly in his heart, hoping that the medicinal pill would become invalid. But the pill refinement was still progressing systematically. Suddenly, the medicinal cauldron shook. Jing Qiuan did not have time to rejoice yet when the vibration completely subsided. Jing Qiuan's face immediately fell. How is this possible? It's actually not a failure. Could it be that this third proposal can really succeed? Too magical. Currently this sort of situation, it looks like the Thunder Attribute has already completely calmed down and should be integrated into the medicinal pill. A series of exclamations came from all around. This situation was what all of them did not antic. 1p. 8 from start to end. Thunder attribute was the most violent and also the hardest to fuse. Who knew that after the medicinal cauldron vibrated for more than 2 hours, it actually fused successfully? Right at this time, Empyrean Lumen's face revealed a hint of excitement as he cried out, "Condense!" The light faded away, everything returned to tranquility. Everyone knew that the pill formed. How is this possible? How did he do it? How can thunder attribute possibly be integrated into a wind attribute medicinal pill? Jing Qiuan's legs swayed. He actually could not quite stand firm. Everything that happened before his eyes, he found it hard to believe. Victory was clearly within grasp, but in the end it was an overwhelming defeat. Chapter 2030. The truth is more terrifying than the rumors. Chapter 2030. The truth is more terrifying than the rumors. Everyone's astonishment was not only expressed in words but also on their face. Compared to wood attribute and fire attribute, thunder attribute was more explosive and restless. But why did it fuse successfully in the end? This was Jing Qiuan's doubt and also the question in everyone's hearts. The group of Empyreans all used shocked and questioning gazes to look toward Yi Yuan. Grandmaster Yi, it really succeeded. It actually really succeeded. This 7-treasure cloud wind pill, this Empyrean has researched for several hundred years but had no gains. You actually completed the pill formula within a short 2 days. Truly God-like. Empyrean Lumen looked at Yi Yuan with an agitated face, full of disbelief. Before this, he was the same as the others, also doubting whether or not Yi Yuan had the qualifications to sit here and debate on Tao with them. It was just that he understood Empyrean Flutterfeather very well and felt that Empyrean Flutterfeather should not mess around like this. Therefore, he chose to believe. But he did not expect that this mere 6-star alchemy god was actually so monstrous, to actually complete the 7-treasure cloud wind pills pill formula in such a short time. Just based on this, Yi Yuan's understanding of alchemy already surpassed said all of the 7-star alchemy gods present. Yi Yuan smiled, looked toward Jing Qiuan and said, "Brother Zhen, wonder if this Yi has the qualifications to stand here and debate on Tao with everyone now? Wonder if this Yi has the qualifications or not to turn my nose up toward the provocations of your juniors? Wonder if this Yi has the qualifications to hold this Grandmaster token or not?" A series of 3 questions was like one heavy hammer after another, knocking onto Jing Qiuan's heart. Of course, the other Empyreans were actually similarly undergoing grilling in their hearts. Prior to this, none of them believed Yi Yuan. But now Yi Yuan used his strength and gave every one of them a beautiful slap. Jing Qiuan's expression was ugly to the extreme. He was not able to answer Yi Yuan's questioning. Qualified or not? Of course qualified. This unfathomable ancient formula, Yi Yuan only used a short 2 days' time and completed it. Could Jing Qiuan do it? Forget about him, even if they all, these dozen over 7-star alchemy gods, added together, discussing in detail for more than a month, they only came up with a wrong spirit medicine. I'm not convinced. How can thunder attribute possibly fuse into a wind attribute medicinal pill? What effect can it have inside? Jing Qiuan gritted his teeth and said. Yi Yuan responded with a sneer as he said, "The properties of spirit medicines have never existed alone. It's true that the Thundercloud Immortal Condensing Fruit is a thunder attribute spirit medicine, but it likewise contains considerable wind attribute laws. Just nice fitting together with the 7-treasure cloud wind pills other spirit medicines. As for why it's the Thundercloud Immortal Condensing Fruit, it's very simple. It's because among these supplementary medicines, there are more than a dozen spirit medicines that exist for the sake of balancing out the Thundercloud Immortal Condensing Fruit's thunder attribute as well as other attributes. Do you understand now?" Jing Qiuan's pupils constricted, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. This guy actually understood the attributes of spirit medicines so deeply. Spirit medicines did not have a solitary attribute, This was the general knowledge of an alchemy G.O.D. But what properties did a spirit medicine have? This required an extremely profound understanding of the medicinal properties of spirit medicines. Furthermore, although spirit medicines did not have solitary properties, inside pill formulas, the vast majority sorted them according to their strongest attribute. But the thundercloud immortal condensing fruit actually utilized its subsidiary property. This kind of situation was extremely seldom seen. It was totally impossible for anyone to have thought of it, but Yi Yuan actually picked the thundercloud immortal condensing fruit out of tens of millions of spirit medicines within 2 days. What kind of terrifying deducing ability was this? The people who knew about the thundercloud immortal condensing fruit's wind attribute were exceedingly few to begin with. Those able to think of using it were even fewer. Everyone looked at Yi Yuan dumbfoundedly with their mouths open. They discovered that Yi Yuan's alchemy strength far exceeded their imagination. Eliminating the element heart illusionary love GRAS previously only made everyone view him in a different light. But now, the gazes when the group of 7-star alchemy GODS looked at Yi Yuan with were already filled with admiration. Empyrean Popluing's eyes S.H.I. Ned, and he suddenly sighed gloomily and said, "No wonder Brother Flutterfeather gave the Grandmaster token to you. Now, this Empyrean is sincerely convinced." Empyrean Lumen also sighed with admiration and said, "I didn't expect to be able to encounter a figure like Grandmaster Yi in this Cloud Pill Summit. Lumen has the good fortune of 3 lifetimes." Although Yi Yuan was not able to refine rank 7 divine pills, his understanding of alchemy already towered above all of the Empyreans. How could these 7-star alchemy GODS not express admiration? Alchemy was different from martial arts. In martial arts, powerful strength was powerful strength. Even for a monstrous existence like Yi Yuan, it was also impossible to heaven-defyingly defeat Empyrean powerhouses. But in alchemy, as long as your understanding of alchemy reached a certain realm, even 7-star alchemy GODS also had to candidly admit defeat. It was just that this kind of person was far too few to the point where everyone overlooked it. Yi Yuan's appearance today shattered all of their understanding. These Empyreans did not know that Yi Yuan's ability was even more than what he had shown. Creating a pill formula was something he had done before. Hence, completing pill formula, this sort of thing, was naturally nothing difficult for Yi Yuan. The Jing family announced permanent withdrawal from the Cloud Pill Summit. This matter immediately shook the entire city. The Jing family was a major alchemy ancient family that had tremendous influence in the southern border alchemy world. They actually withdrew just like that. The Cloud Pill Summit was the entire southern border's alchemy grand event. Withdrawing out of the Cloud Pill Summit was equivalent to being isolated by the southern border's alchemy world. Why would the Jing family's ancestor do this kind of foolish action? Jing Buchuan's strength is sufficient to rank in the top 10 in this session's Cloud Pill Summit. Withdrawing just like this is too bad. Do you guys know? I heard that the Zheng family withdrawing is because the Zheng family's ancestor lost a bet and had no choice but to withdraw. Oh? Who has such great capabilities to actually make the entire Zheng family withdraw from the Cloud Pill Summit permanently? Who else can it be? Of course it's that true G.O.D. Realm Grandmaster Yi. I heard that this Grandmaster Yi completed an ancient formula, overpowering a group of 7-star alchemy GODS. The Jing family's ancestor did not believe that Grandmaster Yi could complete the pill formula. Under this bet, he lost. What? This Grandmaster Yi is really so impressive? Overpowering a bunch of 7-star alchemy GODS? My GOD. In the city, all sorts of discussions sounded out. There were no walls without any cracks in the world. The matter that happened in Qiandan Pavilion still spread out in the end, immediately causing a commotion in the entire city. However, the vast majority of people did not really believe. After all, this sort of thing was too fantastical. A 6-star alchemy God actually crushed a bunch of 7-star alchemy gods. Spreading this sort of thing, who would believe it? Others did not believe it, but titanic waves stirred in Yun Yi's heart. The main culprit of this idea was him. Whether or not it was the Zheng family ancestors' provocation, he was naturally perfectly clear. He never dreamed that Yi Yuan actually had such great ability, directly making the entire Zheng family withdraw from the alchemy stage of the southern border. The youth surnamed Duan asked with an ugly look, "Brother Yunyi, when Jing Buchuan left, he didn't even have time to notify us. I say, was this matter really done by that Yi Yuan?" Yun Yi smiled bitterly and said, "The rumors in the outside world sound fantastical. But the truth is more terrifying than the rumors." Chapter 2031. The Summit Starts. Chapter 2031. The summit starts among Qiandan Pavilion's dozen over-empyreans. There was Cloudpill great imperial capital's 7-star alchemy God Yun Yi went to ask that empyrean after the incident. The result made him unbelievably surprised. Something that more than 10 empyreans could not accomplish, Yi Yuan only used less than 2 days and resolved it. This was also to say that Yi Yuan crushed more than 10 empyrean powerhouses, 7-star alchemy gods. This kind of strength could simply use horrifying to describe. Even at empyrean Piljade here, he also did not dare say that he could firmly suppress so many empyreans. Did this Tli of Grandmaster still need to be doubted? The truth is more terrifying than the rumors? Then what kind of situation is it? The youth surnamed Duan stammered. Just looking at these rumors currently, Yi Yuan's monstrousness was already shocking enough. A result that was more terrifying than the rumors. To what degree of freakishness did Yi Yuan have to be? Yun Yi smiled bitterly and said, "Don't ask any more. The Cloudpill Summit is about to begin, you'll know very soon." Done talking, Yun Yi waved his hand with somewhat waned interest and took his leave. Over these 3,000 years, Yun Yi thought that he was overwhelmingly talented, standing at the apex of the southern border. But it was not until he heard of Yi Yuan's monstrousness that he suddenly discovered that his pride was not worth mentioning at all. He was more than twice as old as Yi Yuan, but he was already standing at a height that was hard for him to reach in this lifetime. The blow that this kind of reality dealt to him was too strong. The most terrifying isn't that you are stronger than me, but that no matter how hard I work, I also can't catch up to your footstep. How much time did he, Yun Yi, needed to sit and debate on Tao with a group of 7-star alchemy gods? 10,000 years? 50,000 years? Or 100,000 years? He, Yi Yuan, only used less than 1,500 years. Even if he only used 10,000 years, how powerful would the Yi Yuan then be? This sense of setback simply could not be described using words. Grandpas, could it be that we're giving up just like that? Withdrawing from the Cloudpill Summit, our Jing family will definitely suffer a great loss in strength. On the way back, Jing Buchuan gnashed his teeth in hatred. He never would have thought that that unremarkable young man actually really defeated his ancestor, making the Jing family fall into a situation of eternal damnation. Jing Qiuan smiled coldly and said, "Giving up? How can it be possible? That brat's deducing ability is indeed very strong, but I don't believe that his pill refining ability is also as strong as his deducing ability. Grandpa has mucked around in the Cloudpill Summit for so many years, so how can my connections be what a little brat can compare to? This time, I want him to reveal his true colors." Jing Buchuan's eyes lit up and he said in pleasant surprise, "Grandpa has a contingency plan?" Jing Qiuan smiled and said, "Of course, what the path of alchemy relies on isn't words, but thoroughly honed strength. He is only a brat who's merely 1,000 over years old. Could it be that he can compete with 7-star alchemy gods that have refined pills countless times? When at the peak alchemy meet, I'll see what he has to be arrogant about. Jing Buchuan was overjoyed when he heard that. Yi Yuan indeed still would not have a good outcome, who did not know how to engage in an empty talk. But alchemy never had shortcuts. Your comprehension ability could be very high, deducing could be very impressive, but when it came down to genuine pill refinement, only experiencing thoroughly tempering, could one have accomplishments. Which one of them, these 7-star alchemy G.O.D.S., was not an old monster who had lived for hundreds of thousands, even millions of years. The medicinal pills that they had refined before were sufficient to pile up to form a mountain. How could a mere Yi Yuan possibly be a match? Amidst the series of exclamations, the curtains of the Cloud Pill Summit were finally drawn. On this day, alchemy powerhouses gathered in Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital. Several tens of thousands of alchemists gathered together in the plaza. These tens of thousands of alchemists were all the elites among elites of the southern border's alchemy world. Up on the high platform, 100 Empyrean powerhouses sat up straight, imposing aura awing all those present. This kind of grand lineup could only be seen at the Cloud Pill Summit, this kind of grand occasion. These 100 Empyrean powerhouses were all leviathans of a region, being peak alchemy G.O.D.S. But at this time, these 7-star alchemy G.O.D.S. could only sit below. On the highest part of the platform, there were still 14 seats left vacant. Everyone knew that these 14 seats represented the highest standard of the southern border's alchemy world. Each one was a Grandmaster CLA's alchemy powerhouse. Suddenly, a powerful aura came out of the void. A middle-aged man dressed in loose white robes slowly walked out, akin to a God Empyrean Pilljade, peak 7-star alchemy God, 9th firmament Empyrean super powerhouse. Under Heavenly Emperor, Pilljade was revered as supreme. Empyrean Pilljade's gaze swept, majesty birthing on its own. Today, the Cloud Pill Summit begins. Pilljade thanks everyone for honoring with a visit. This Empyrean knows that many people came to take part in the Cloud Pill Summit aiming for the 13 Grandmasters. Now, this Empyrean will invite the 13 Grandmaster powerhouses who have arrived. Heavenly Soul Great Imperial Capital, Empyrean Blazing Sun. Empyrean Pilljade's voice had just faded when a fire-like man stepped out of the void. Nodding his head slightly to everyone, he walked towards his seat. L.U.S. True's Gold Great Imperial Capital, Empyrean Flutterfeather. The Empyrean Flutterfeather dressed in azure loose robes walked out with a slight smile and clasped his hands slightly, then walked toward his own seat. Cloud Tremor Great Imperial Capital, Empyrean Luo Shui. Empyrean Pilljade introduced one by one. The former few were all the masters of the 6 Great Peak Holy Land. Each one was an apex existence of the southern border. After these 6 Empyreans came onto the stage, they each sat on the 2 flanks of the empty middle seat. The middlemost seat belonged to Empyrean Pilljade. After the 6 sovereigns took the stage, Empyrean Pilljade continued introducing. Empyrean Lumen, Zhuge Ancient Family's Alchemy Authority. Empyrean Xinyu, from the North Day's Lu family. 6 Empyrean powerhouses were finished introducing. Suddenly, the air seemed to have solidified, the entire plaza was dead silent. Everyone knew that this final Grandmaster was this Cloud Pill Summit's main attraction. The Cloud Pill Summit had not even started yet, and this Grandmaster, who did not even reach Empyrean, already chased the Jing family out of the Cloud Pill Summit forever. More importantly, he was the only alchemist who became a Grandmaster at 6-star Alchemy God in the history of the Cloud Pill Summit. Even Empyrean Pilljade also paused slightly before slowly opened his mouth and said, "The last one, an extraordinary talent, invited by Empyrean Flutterfeather at 1,000 over years of age, becoming this Cloud Pill Summit's Grandmaster. Yi Yuan, from Southridge's Heavenly Eagle Imperial City." Empyrean Pilljade finished introducing. Yi Yuan's figure slowly stepped out of the void. Everyone's gazes all gathered on that ridiculously young Grandmaster. Southridge's Heavenly Eagle Imperial City? What is that place? Never heard of it before. This kind of small place could actually produce a Grandmaster? This Yi Yuan really has the ability to hold the position of Grandmaster? Although the Zheng family withdrew from the Cloud Pill Summit, I heard that they lost a bet. Just how much strength this Yi Yuan has and… oh, body knows either. It's a pity that we can't challenge Grandmasters. Otherwise, testing a bit and we'll know. Although there had long already been Yi Yuan's legends in Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital, when they really saw Yi Yuan, everyone still could not resist sucking in a cold breath. Too young. This age should be standing below and taking part in the alchemy battles together with them. But now, he sat on the Grandmaster seat. Brother Pilljade, letting a little child whose hair isn't even fully grown sit on a Grandmaster seat, where will the faces of us, these 107-star alchemy gods go? Yi Yuan had not taken his seat yet when a voice dripping with sarcasm sounded out. Chapter 2032. Battling a Group of Heroes. Chapter 2032. Battling a Group of Heroes. A good show was starting. In the plaza, everyone's gazes were gathered on Yi Yuan. It's Empyrean Wunlan. His alchemy strength is also a top 5 existence among the group of Empyreans. Making him accept his position under Yi Yuan, he's likely unwilling to submit. I didn't expect it. The curtains of the Cloud Pill Summit has just drawn and gunpowder smell came out. I heard that Empyrean Wunlan and the Jing family's ancestor are best friends. This is coming to uphold justice for him. Empyrean Wunlan who spoke was ranked 5th among the Empyrean seat. This was also to say that below Grandmaster, he was ranked 5th. This kind of strength was also not at all inferior compared to Grandmasters. The moment he opened his mouth, those Empyreans all looked at Yi Yuan with looks of amuse. ENT, wanting to see how he faced the crisis in front of him. Those present could be said to be the entire southern border's alchemy world. If Yi Yuan revealed his true colors in front of so many people, he would probably have no face to meet people in the future. At this time, another person opened his mouth and said, "What Brother Wunlan said is right. Even a mere true D realm is riding on top of our heads. What face do we, these old fellows, still have to meet our children and grandchildren when we go back?" The moment this Empyrean opened his mouth, someone immediately cried out in surprise, "It's Empyrean Daogon, the rank 8 big shot. There's a good show to watch now." No one would have thought that these Empyreans would directly launch an attack in the opening address. Furthermore, observant and conscientious people also saw through that when Empyrean Pilljade was introducing Yi Yuan, it was clearly different from the rest. He only said that Yi Yuan was a genius that Empyrean Flutterfeather invited. This cut himself away cleanly. It was Empyrean Flutterfeather making fun of everyone, nothing to do with Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital. Empyrean Pilljade implied this meaning. Right at this time, the rank 3 old man on the Empyrean seats also slowly opened his mouth and said, "Ignorant brat, what capability do you have to dare sit on the Grandmaster seat? Brother Flutterfeather, are you joking with the southern border's alchemy world?" Hiss! The sounds of cold air being sucked in came from below. Rank 3 Empyrean Remote Knight, rank 5th Empyrean Wunlan, rank 8th Empyrean Daogon. My god, Yi Yuan is in trouble now. The Cloud Pill Summit had just started. Yi Yuan had yet to take his seat and 3 great Empyreans already directly put him on the spot. By the side, Empyrean Pilljade had his head lowered, looking straight down, as if all this had nothing to do with him. Empyrean Flutterfeather did not seem to mind and said with a faint smile, "Why does Brother Remote Knight say so? Since this Empyrean gave the Grandmaster token to Yi Yuan, I naturally acknowledge his strength." Empyrean Remote Knight smiled coldly and said, "A mere 1,000-over-years-old snotty brat, what strength can he have? I heard before that he completed one of Brother Lumen's ancient formulas. It's just, can this prove his strength? I also heard that he didn't even dare to accept the challenge of a group of juniors. How can such a person sit on a Grandmaster seat? Empyrean Wunlan said coolly, want to seat on that position of Grandmaster, one naturally has to bring out the corresponding strength. Looking at his age, being able to refine rank 5 divine pills is already considered pretty good. An Empyrean said with a loud laugh, hey kid, do you dare to accept this Empyrean's challenge? If you don't dare, hurry up and get down. The seat of a Grandmaster isn't so easy to sit. Yeah, if even we can't win, what qualifications do you have to sit on a Grandmaster seat? With 3 great Empyreans taking the lead, it immediately made many 7-star alchemy GODs join in. Although Empyrean Lumen already spread the news of the exchange meet, Yi Yuan did not take action after all. Wanting to make these 7-star alchemy GODs completely accept a true God realm, this was virtually something impossible. At this time, Empyrean Piljade suddenly opened his mouth and said, Grandmaster Yi, looks like everyone has some doubts about your strength. Why don't you display a little? Empyrean Piljade instructing, everyone's gazes collectively gathered on Yi Yuan once more. Quite a few people revealed amused expressions, all waiting to see Yi Yuan make a spectacle of himself. Under the watchful gazes of the people, how would Yi Yuan respond? From appearing on the stage until now, Yi Yuan was silent and did not speak all along. Currently, Empyrean Piljade asking questions, Yi Yuan's 2 eyes suddenly narrowed, sweeping over the faces of the group of Empyreans. You, just now you said that you want to challenge me? Yi Yuan casually pointed at a few people, they were all Empyrean powerhouses who hooted at Yi Yuan the loudest. Haha, it's this Empyrean. Why? Is Grandmaster Yi going to accept this Empyrean's challenge? One of the Empyreans said with a big laugh. Yi Yuan ignored him and said coolly, who else is there? Since everyone is doubting this Ye's strength, fine. I'll give you all a chance. Any of you who wants to challenge me, this Yi will accept it all. If this Yi loses a match, I'll hand over the Grandmaster token and withdraw from this Cloudpill summit. One sentence stunned everyone. What a domineering declaration! He wants to challenge all the 7-star alchemy GODs below Grandmaster with his power alone. Domineering also have to have the strength to be domineering. Forget about those at the bottom, those Empyreans ranked near the top. Their strengths are virtually not weaker than the invited Grandmasters. How much ability does he have to dare challenge all of the Empyreans? 107-star alchemy GODs. Their strength was naturally not uniform either. The weak ones only had the strength of initial stage 7-star, initial stage Tao realm. The strong ones were the likes of Empyrean Remote Knight and his ilk, alchemy strength virtually not inferior to Grandmaster powerhouses. Yi Yuan, a puny little 6-star alchemy God, these words were also too arrogant, right? Haha, truly unbridled on the account of your young age. When did our southern borders alchemy world produce such an arrogant junior? Do you know that those seated here today are all the leading authority figures of the southern borders alchemy world? You actually dare to challenge everyone? Empyrean Remote Knight could not help laughing out loud when he heard that. Yi Yuan said coolly, since this Yi is sitting in this Grandmaster seat, if I can't even win you guys, what qualifications do I have to sit here still? Empyrean Remote Knight's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold snort, what a conceited brat. This alchemy battle, this Empyrean accepts it. This Empyrean wants to see whether or not you're really a heaven-defying talent. Yi Yuan's eyes did not even blink as he said coolly, okay, this Yi accepts. Who else is there? Me. This Empyrean will also challenge you. Humph. Arrogant punk. This Empyrean will let you know that the majesty of 7-star alchemy GODs cannot be provoked. How could the group of Empyreans stand Yi Yuan being so arrogant? Each and every one of them stepped forward and challenged Yi Yuan one after another. On the second Empyrean seat, Empyrean Popluing's brows furrowed slightly, and he said to Empyrean Flutterfeather, "Brother Flutterfeather, this is likely not proper, right?" But Empyrean Flutterfeather smiled faintly and said, "Relax, Yi Yuan has his sense of propriety." Empyrean Popluing could not help choking when he heard that. Flutterfeather's confidence in Yi Yuan was also a little too high, right? In just a short while, there were 50 over Empyreans challenging Yi Yuan. Their rankings went from the 3rd place Remote Knight to the 100th. Empyrean powerhouses capable of sitting on the platform were at least Dao Realm powerhouses too. Those second-rate 7-star Alchemy Gods, the Cloud Pill Summit would not invite at all. Therefore, even those Empyreans' rankings were toward the back, their strength could not be underestimated. Right at this time, a thin and emaciated old man beside Empyrean Popluing opened his mouth and said nonchalantly, "Why don't you count this old man in as well?" Chapter 2033, You're Too Weak. Chapter 2033, You're Too Weak. It's Empyrean Chaoyuan. My God, his strength is absolutely Grandmaster level. He actually took action as well. Empyrean Chaoyuan has always been a maverick, so no Holy Land's master invited him to hold the post of Grandmaster. But his strength isn't at all inferior to the Grandmasters that were invited. Yi Yuan bit off more than he could chew with this. With everyone at Cloud Pill Summit taking action, he likely can't take part in this Cloud Pill Summit anymore. The moment the old man opened his mouth, there was immediately a series of exclamations below. Those watching the show gloated over others' misfortune even more. Even Empyrean Flutterfeather's pupils also constricted, looking at Empyrean Chaoyuan in surprise, clearly not expecting that he would make a move. The strength of Grandmasters was also not at the same level. As the Southern Border's Alchemy Dao's #1 person, Empyrean Pilljade was an Ancestor Realm peerless powerhouse, and he was also the one and only Ancestor Realm powerhouse present. As for the other 6 Holy Lands heads, there were Grand Completion Dao Realm and also Late Stage Dao Realm. As for the Grandmasters who were invited, their strength was a notch weaker. And the top 5 ranking powerhouses on the Empyrean seats, their strength was actually not much weaker compared to Grandmasters. Empyrean Popluing was the representative of a typical example. He had always taken on the position of Grandmaster prior to this Cloud Pill Summit. But even so, he was only ranked 2nd. If so, then Empyrean Chaoyuan, who was ranked 1st place, his strength could be imagined. With Empyrean Chaoyuan taking on the seat of Grandmaster, there absolutely would not be anyone who would object. From everyone's reaction, Yi Yuan also saw through that this Empyrean Chaoyuan was not simple. But what did Yi Yuan have to fear? There had never been anyone capable of making him lower his head before in alchemy. There was not in the past, now it was also impossible to have. Okay, I accept it, Yi Yuan said coolly. Empyrean Chaoyuan nodded his head and said coolly, "Seeing a 1,000-years-old Grandmaster, this old man is just curious and momentarily itching to have a go, and wants to spar." Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "Brother Chaoyuan, please give pointers." Empyrean Chaoyuan chuckled and said, "I dare not say give pointers. I hope that you don't disappoint this Empyrean." He could tell that this Empyrean Chaoyuan did not deliberately make things difficult for him. He just purely wanted to spar. This kind of mentality was like when Yi Yuan encountered Empyrean Flutterfeather back then, also finding ways and means to have a contest with him. At this time, Empyrean Pilljade smiled slightly and said, "Since that's the case, then this Cloud Pill Summit will open with this Grandmaster Challenge first." The final tally was that there were a total of 63 Empyreans challenging Yi Yuan, more than half of the total. When the audience below heard this figure, each and every one of them sucked in a cold breath. With so many 7-star Alchemy Gods challenging a 6-star Alchemy God, this was absolutely a rare spectacle of the entire Heavenspan world. On the plaza, a ring was constructed. Everyone's gazes all gathered on that young profile in the ring. A middle-aged Empyrean leaped up. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was full of contempt. "Kid, this isn't a place for you, your seat is there." This Empyrean pointed at the crowd below and said coolly, "Why don't you admit defeat now and go back there? I think that everybody won't make things difficult for you on the account of Brother Flutterfeather's face." Hoots of laughter came from all around, clearly quite approving of his words. What Empyrean Longi said is right. This is a joke, wasting everyone's time. Empyrean Longi is a middle-stage Tao realm alchemy master, immersing in alchemy for hundreds of thousands of years. Dealing with a 6-star alchemy G.O.D. is too effortless. 6-star alchemy G.O.D. versus 7-star alchemy G.O.D. I've never heard before of anyone who could win. Although Yi Yuan pledged in all solemnity, saying to challenge all of the Empyreans, there were scanty few who truly felt that he had this strength. 4-star alchemy G.O.D. challenging 5-star alchemy G.O.D., everyone marveled with admiration, praising them as a genius. After all, of the genius alchemists present, many people could do it. 5-star alchemy G.O.D. challenging a 6-star alchemy G.O.D., everyone would feel very surprised. This was already a genius among geniuses. Hence, when Ning Xiu overpowered the group of geniuses back then, everyone felt incredibly astonished. But a 6-star alchemy G.O.D. challenging a 7-star alchemy G.O.D., this was simply rubbish. 7-star alchemy G.O.D.s had mostly immersed in alchemy for hundreds of thousands of years. The terror of their strength simply could not be imagined. A brat who only cultivated for 1,000+ years, what right did he have to challenge 7-star alchemy G.O.D.s? However, outside of everyone's expectations, Yi Yuan looked at the Empyrean Longi in front of him and said coolly, "You're too weak. So many people challenging, coming one by one is too troublesome. Why not come up 5 at a time?" The whole place was silent. Everyone used eyes like looking at a fool to look at Yi Yuan, feeling that this guy's arrogance was simply unreasonable. Arrogant, ignorant, foolies. Plus you, this junior, are simply conceited to the extreme. Empyrean Longi was angered by this one sentence until his nose became crooked. He was normally a super powerhouse who was revered by people. But today, he was actually slighted by a little brat like this. How could he not be furious? But Yi Yuan continued coolly and said, "Relax, come 5 at a time. If I lost, I'll likewise withdraw from the Cloudpill Summit." Empyrean Longi's 2 eyes went wide, nearly spewing out a mouthful of old blood. He was already unable to use words to describe Yi Yuan's arrogance. This fellow was simply impervious to reason. Yi Yuan looked at Empyrean Pilljade and said, "Brother Pilljade, what do you think?" Empyrean Pilljade was naturally also extremely disdainful in his heart. Although Empyrean Longi's alchemy strength was nothing in his eyes, he was at least a 7-star alchemy God whose strength stood out among the Ma. SSES. For Yi Yuan to want to fight 1-on-5, this was too arrogant. Empyrean Pilljade looked towards Empyrean Flutterfeather and said, "This Empyrean doesn't have any objections. What do you think, Brother Flutterfeather?" Empyrean Flutterfeather nodded slightly and said, "All right, 1 by 1 is indeed wasting time. How about this, the final 13 people change to 1-on-1, the rest will all be 1-on-5. Empyrean Flutterfeather's words made everyone stare wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Empyrean Pilljade was stunned by it. Was this deliberately striking Yi Yuan down, or that he was too confident in Yi Yuan? No one would have thought that Yi Yuan's faithful ally would agree so readily. "All right, then it's settled," Pilljade nodded his head and said. 5 Empyreans stood in the ring, feeling an unprecedented humiliation. Each one of them was practically about to spew fire, planning on venting their stomach full of rage onto Yi Yuan. An Empyrean gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Kid, you'll know what's called despair." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Begin then, there are still many people waiting." That Empyrean's expression choked, nearly spewing out a mouthful of old blood. Fellow Taoists, I didn't expect that we'd also have a day where we'll be looked down upon. Then today, let's let this junior see our prowess. Empyrean Longi said with a cold smile. The few people nodded slightly. The moment they released their auras, Alchemy Dao aura crushed over toward Yi Yuan crazily. 7-star Alchemy G.O.D.S. taking action, the power was naturally extraordinary. 5 auras were akin to 5 fierce tigers, Wisconsin H.I. plus ing to shred Yi Yuan alive. Is this 7-star Alchemy G.O.D.S.? Indeed powerful. I want to see what right Yi Yuan has to dare be so arrogant. The few great Empyreans are all enraged. Yi Yuan will have to lose a layer of skin this time even if he doesn't die. Chapter 2034. Astonies.H.I. plus ing the world with a single brilliant feat. Chapter 2034. Astonies. H.I. plus ing the world with a single brilliant feat. In past years, the sparrings between Empyreans were all carried out during the peak alchemy meet. These young geniuses did not have the chance to see 7-star Alchemy G.O.D. take action at all. But today, 5 great 7-star Alchemy G.O.D.S. were in sync and took action at the same time. How powerful were the power and pressure! Furthermore, what these few 7-star Alchemy G.O.D.S. were currently refining were all rank 6 divine pills. This was simply a textbook-like performance to those young 6-star Alchemy G.O.D.S. 7-star Alchemy G.O.D.S. refining rank 6 divine pills was undoubtedly using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. In the view of these juniors who had never seen 7-star Alchemy G.O.D.S. take action before, it was naturally incredibly shocking. No matter how strong Yi Yuan is, it's also impossible to block the teamwork of 5 7-star Alchemy G.O.D.S., right? This guy is too arrogant. Seeing 5 great Empyreans take action, everyone shook their heads one after another. The current Yi Yuan was already like a clown in their hearts. When Empyrean Wanlan saw the situation, he said with a big laugh, "Hoo-hoo, Brother Flutterfeather, you probably miscalculated this time, right? No matter how strong this kid is, how can he possibly defeat 5 great 7-star Alchemy G.O.D.S.? Empyrean Flutterfeather just smiled and did not speak. One completely could not see worry from his face. Sensing the 5 Alchemy Dao auras that could topple mountains and overturn the seas, Yi Yuan just laughed coldly. Forming a seal with his hand, a boundless aura rose to the sky like a rocket directly from between the gaps of the 5 great Empyreans. Everyone's faces immediately changed drastically. The moment this aura appeared, it immediately made the 5 great Empyreans' aura pale in comparison. That dazzling light forced everyone until they could not open their eyes. If the 5 great Empyreans' auras were likened to stars, Yi Yuan's aura currently was the sun. Under the illumination of the sun, all stars lost their luster. Only I alone reigned supreme. What a powerful aura! It turns out that a 6-star Alchemy G.O.D. can do it to this extent? Too terrifying. To actually overwhelm 5 great 7-star Alchemy G.O.D.S. with 6-star Alchemy G.O.D. strength. Just what realm is Yi Yuan? Middle stage Dao realm? Late stage? How is this possible? How can a 6-star Alchemy G.O.D. be so strong? On the plaza, cries of exclamations linked up together. The 6-star Alchemy G.O.D.S. here were no less than 10,000 people. Each one of them had a standard for the limits of 6-star Alchemy G.O.D.S. in their hearts. But the current Yi Yuan completely shattered all of their benchmarks, subverting all of their understanding. It turned out that 6-star Alchemy G.O.D.S. could be so strong. In the crowd, Yun-Yi looked at that dazzling figure, with his face full of bitterness. We were all wrong. Turns out that he wasn't posturing, but that he really finds us beneath contempt. Although we're all 6-star Alchemy G.O.D.S., we don't have the qualifications to challenge him at all. Only at this moment did Yun-E finally understand that all of Yi Yuan's arrogance previously was just U.S. trotting, an all too normal thing. Yi Yuan eyes no longer had those in the same generation long ago. Those able to exchange blows with him were only 7-star alchemy gods. Furthermore, they were peak existences among 7-star alchemy gods. Since that was the case, their provocation naturally appeared laughable. Would an Empyrean powerhouse mind a celestial deity realm's provocation? What difference was that sort of provocation from a naughty child pointing an adult in the face and saying, "I want to defeat you"? As for Luo Yu and the rest, each and every one of them was shocked until it could not be any greater. They had witnessed before Ning Xiu's alchemy Dao and were utterly defeated at her hands until they were black and blue. At that time, they thought that Ning Xiu was a rare alchemy talent. But placing Ning Xiu in front of Yi Yuan, that was not on the same level at all. No wonder, even with Ning Xiu's exceptional talent, she had to be so respectful and submissive in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's alchemy strength was sufficient to crush the majority of 7-star alchemy gods. Empyrean Pilljade, Empyrean Pilljade, Empyrean Lumen, Empyrean Chaoyuan, and the rest were all radiating brilliance in their gazes at this time. Clearly, they were astounded by Yi Yuan's breathtaking debut. This was Yi Yuan's first time taking action in the Cloud Pill Summit, but it carved an indelible impression in the people's minds. The 5 great Empyreans' faces changed drastically. A never-before sense of oppression made them instantly have many mistakes appear. When experts exchanged blows, victory and defeat lied in just millimeters. This tiny bit of mistake already determined the conclusion. The moment Yi Yuan made his move, he established his victory. Of course, Empyrean Longyi and the rest were not ordinary people. Even when suppressed, they were still not defeated. It was just a pity that defeat was already set. The 5 great Empyreans could only eke out a meager existence under Yi Yuan's powerful pressure. After more than 2 hours, Yi Yuan pulled back, the pill formed. But the others were still struggling bitterly. Yi Yuan looked at the 5 great Empyreans calmly. After he withdrew, the 5 great Empyreans finally recovered strength. After an hour, they completed the refinement. Except, no one paid attention to them anymore. Everyone's gazes were gathered on Yi Yuan. Astonies. Hi+ing the world with a single brilliant feat. Before this, no one could have thought that Yi Yuan had the strength to compete with 7-star alchemy gods. His words were ignorant, was arrogant, was unreasonable in everyone's eyes. But only now did they know that turns out that was merely Yi Yuan accurately stating his own strength. Even if someone chose to believe Yi Yuan, it was also impossible for them to expect that Yi Yuan would defeat 5 great 7-star alchemy gods in a cruise. Hi+ing manner. Too incredible. Really too impressive. 1,000 over years old young man, how can his alchemy strength be so strong? 7-star alchemy god. Those are 7-star alchemy gods. Furthermore, it's even 5 of them. They were defeated just like this? Just based on this fight, who dares to say that he doesn't have the qualifications to sit on the Grandmaster seat? Yi Yuan making his move shocked the entire Southern Borders alchemy world. Starting from today, 7-star alchemy gods were not undefeatable. About to open the furnace, everyone held their breaths. Yi Yuan, Purple Spirit Divine Grade. Empyrean Longyi, Peak Superior Grade. Empyrean Pingao, Superior Grade. A Grandmaster opened the furnaces of Yi Yuan and the others. Apart from Empyrean Longyi reaching Peak Superior Grade, the others were all only ordinary Superior Grade, without even a Heaven Grade. 7-star alchemy gods refining rank 6 divine pills, with the strength of Empyrean Longyi and the rest. Heaven grade was the minimum requirement. Even divine grade was nothing difficult to them too. But they were suppressed firmly by Yi Yuan, and could not even break through to heaven grade. The expression on Empyrean Longyi's face was extremely ugly. He just gave a cold snort and returned to his seat. He currently felt that his face was already utterly lost. He was actually suppressed by a 6-star alchemy god to such a degree. Hoo, no wonder you could make Empyrean Flutterfeather view you in a different light. Grandmaster Ye's strength indeed can't be underestimated. However, want to sit in the position of Grandmaster just based on this, it's still not enough. On the Empyrean seats, Empyrean Wunlan said, dripping with sarcasm. Yi Yuan's situation, he could naturally do it and even do it better than Yi Yuan. After all, the alchemy strength of Empyrean Longi and the others could only be considered below average among these 100 Empyreans. But his words were still leaking a sour flavor. Clearly, Yi Yuan's strength far exceeded everyone's imagination. Chapter 2035 Empyrean Proud Cloud. Chapter 2035 Empyrean Proud Cloud, Yi Yuan, Purple Spirit Divine Grade. Empyrean Azurane, Peak Superior Grade. Empyrean Jiuhao, Superior Grade. 5 Empyreans being defeated, another 5 Empyreans came. It was just that the result was still the same, a total defeat. 5 to 6 rounds were done in a row, the results were all the same. Yi Yuan was forever Purple Spirit Divine Grade, while the others were either Peak Superior Grade or Superior Grade. All in all, they were unable to break through to Heaven Grade, this category. Very soon, those Empyreans felt something amiss. Hiss! This isn't right. Empyrean Lumen said with a frown. By the side, his good friend Empyrean Windrider smiled and said, Hoo, you also perceived it? This Grandmaster Yi isn't simple. Empyrean Lumen said in surprise, You saw through long ago? Empyrean Windrider smiled and said, The order of appearing on the stage is according to the strength of the Empyrean, which is also their seating order. The ones taking the field now, their rankings already reached 40-50th place. Their strengths are all much stronger than younger brother Longi. Logically speaking, even if Grandmaster Ye's strength is formidable, there should also be someone who broke through to Heaven Grade already. But up till now, there's actually no one who could break through to Heaven Grade. That is also to say that Grandmaster Yi still has the strength to spare. Could it be that his strength can really reach the level of Grandmaster? Empyrean Lumen was really shocked. Originally, he thought that Yi Yuan was only extremely capable in deducing things, while his hands-on ability might be slightly lacking. But who could have thought that Yi Yuan's hands-on ability was even more horrifying than his deducing ability? Yi Yuan was truly a monstrous-like young man. Empyrean Windrider smiled and said, Whether or not he has the strength of an Empyrean, I have no idea. But I'm very curious now just who can force out his true strength. Battling in alchemy until now, there was already no one who doubted Yi Yuan's degree of monstrousness. It was just that everyone was greatly looking forward to who could force out all of his strength. One battle after another, those 5-star and 6-star alchemy gods below Long already went from surprise to admiration with regards to Yi Yuan's strength. They were different from those Empyreans. In the eyes of 7-star alchemy gods, Yi Yuan was just a junior riding on top of their heads, so they were naturally unhappy. But Yi Yuan and these juniors were peers. For a peer to be able to have such horrifying alchemy strength, what else could they do except admire? After 10 rounds of battle, Yi Yuan won all the way and not a single person could actually reach Heaven Grade. This kind of result was too unexpected. Grandmaster Yi is really too fearsome. From today onwards, he's my idol. I'll have the opportunity to stand in front of him in this life. Screw off, you. Previously, you were still saying that he's arrogant and ignorant about the immensity of heaven and earth. That person's face turned red, and he argued and said, That's because I didn't know beforehand. Prior to this, who could have imagined that a 6-star alchemy god could reach such a realm? That makes sense. He really broadened my horizons today. After 10 rounds of battle, Yi Yuan defeated 57-star Alchemy Gods. No matter whether he won or lost at the back, it was already sufficient to make these juniors wars. Hi plus P crazily. Swaz. H. Plus a figure leaped into the air and landed in the ring, a look of scorn on his face. It's Empyrean Proud Cloud. It's finally his turn to make a move. Why? Is Empyrean Proud Cloud very impressive? Someone who did not understand asked wonderingly. More than impressive. Do you know why Lord Flutterfeather wanted Grandmaster Yi to fight one-on-one starting from Empyrean Proud Cloud? This. Could it be that there's still some reason? He originally thought that this was just casually said thoughtlessly. Looking at it now, it was clearly not the case. That Holy Land disciple clearly had the intention of showing off too, saying smugly, Empyrean Proud Cloud is ranked 25th among all the Empyreans. The 7-star Alchemy Gods before him were all middle-stage Dao Realm. But starting from him, those are all late-stage Dao Realm mighty experts. So that's how it is. Starting from Empyrean Proud Cloud, the strength goes up by a full level. There was a series of exclamations all around, finally understanding the difference involved. Dao Realm was an extremely drawn-out realm. Similarly in middle-stage Dao Realm, the medicinal pills refined could have a huge difference. And wanting to cultivate from middle-stage Dao Realm to late-stage Dao Realm, this was an incomparably difficult step. Only by taking this step could one be considered a top 7-star Alchemy God. Empyrean Proud Cloud was clearly such a powerhouse. Hang on. Then according to this, isn't Grandmaster Yi already late-stage Dao Realm? Very soon, someone reacted to it and thought of Yi Yuan. Empyrean Proud Cloud was the watershed of late-stage Dao Realm. If so, then with Yi Yuan defeating all of the middle-stage Dao Realms, wouldn't he very likely be late-stage Dao Realm? 1,000 over years old late-stage Dao Realm. When everyone reacted to it, each and every one of them sucked in a cold breath. With Empyrean Proud Cloud as a reference, everyone would have a taste of Yi Yuan's monstrousness even more. To 6-star Alchemy Gods, just entering the Dao Realm was already the limit. Forget about the middle stage Dao Realm, they did not even dare to imagine the peak initial stage Dao Realm. Because once you entered the Dao Realm, the difficulty of comprehending alchemy Dao would soar. That required the accumulation of countless years. And this long period of time was sufficient to let these geniuses break through to the Empyrean realm already. Previously, everyone's guesses about Yi Yuan's strength were mostly in the middle stage Dao realm. But now Yi Yuan rose a level out of the blue, reaching the late stage Dao realm. This kind of change made everyone feel too astonished, as well as absurd. The Holy Land disciple that was originally showing off was also stunned. He clearly did not think of this as well. That Holy Land disciple said, "This, although Grandmaster Yi is indeed an exceptional genius, it's impossible for him to be Empyrean Proud Cloud's match. After all, the duration that Empyrean Proud Cloud has been in the late-stage Dao realm is already not short." The others also nodded their heads one after another. Monstrousness got to have a limit. 1,000 over years old late-stage Dao realm, this already could not be imagined. If Yi Yuan crushed all the way again, it was clearly being too unreasonable. But now, none of these juniors already felt that it was not apt for Yi Yuan to sit on a Grandmaster seat. He already said 80% of Empyreans at a young age. His future achievements would absolutely not be inferior to these Grandmasters, even going further beyond. Empyrean Proud Cloud looked at Yi Yuan and said with a disdainful look on his face, "Yi Yuan, this Empyrean indeed underestimated you. I didn't expect that you're already late-stage Dao realm at a young age. But you're too condescending, too arrogant. You challenged all the 7-star Alchemy Gods with the Grandmaster token as a wager. You'll stop here with me. You can only withdraw out of the Cloud Pill Summit with a heavy heart." Similarly at the late-stage Dao realm, He had cultivated several hundreds of thousands of years more than Yi Yuan. So how could he possibly lose to Yi Yuan? But he was indeed surprised by Yi Yuan's talent. He was even somewhat jealous. With Yi Yuan's talent, Serpa's sing him was just a matter of time. Hence, he already made up his mind in his heart to ruthlessly quash Yi Yuan's prestige this time, making him lose all of his pride, plusing this genius completely. Geniuses were breathtaking, but they were also easy to break. The more prodigious, the more proud they were, the faster they would wither after being struck down. Thinking up to here, Empyrean Proudcloud was secretly feeling good in his heart. Oh? Is that so? To make me withdraw out of the Cloud Pill Summit, just the likes of you aren't qualified enough yet. Yi Yuan looked at Empyrean Proudcloud and said calmly. Chapter 2036. Lending Cauldron. Chapter 2036. Lending Cauldron, TSK, really as arrogant as before. It's just don't know if he has the strength to continue to be conceited or not, Empyrean Wanlan said with a faint smile. The alchemy battles previously were all appetizers. There was no comparison at all between late-stage Dao Realm and middle-stage Dao Realm powerhouses. Now, reaching Empyrean Proudcloud this watershed, it was the time to showcase one's true abilities. Empyrean Daogon said coolly, 1,000 over years old late-stage Dao Realm, this boy can be sufficiently proud. It's just that after reaching late-stage Dao Realm, it gets increasingly harder. No matter how great his talent is, this is also the limit. The other Empyreans secretly nodded their heads when they heard this. They understood the difficulty of advancing even more after they reached the late-stage Dao Realm. As for Yi Yuan walking to this step, they were indeed incomparably surprised. But to talk about going a step further and defeating late-stage Dao Realms, they did not believe it no matter what. Empyrean Proudcloud had a grim expression as he said with a cold smile, then let this Empyrean have a crack at you. Illusory Truth Cauldron, open. In an instant, the aura of Dao spread out, everyone marveled in admiration one after another. This is an Empyrean spirit treasure. Looks like Empyrean Proudcloud means business. This isn't fair. Empyrean spirit treasure versus celestial deity mystic treasure. This is too unfair. The current Yi Yuan already gained a group of supporters. When they saw Empyrean Proudcloud using an Empyrean spirit treasure, they were immediately unhappy. What the current Yi Yuan was using was still the Xianlong Cauldron that Empyrean Flutterfeather gave to him. It was a pinnacle existence among celestial deity mystic treasures, being not weaker than even true God mystic treasures. However, a celestial deity mystic treasure was still a celestial deity mystic treasure. No matter how strong it was not comparable to Empyrean spirit treasure. Medicinal cauldrons had considerable enhancement ability for pill refinement, regardless of whether it was the quality of the medicinal pills or during the process of the refinement. At similar strength, the medicinal pills refined by an Empyrean spirit treasure and refined by a celestial deity medicinal pills had no comparison at all. When this Empyrean is refining pills, how can it be your turn to be you juniors? Moreover, this alchemy battle doesn't restrict medicinal cauldrons. So what's wrong with me doing this? If he really has the strength of a grandmaster, would he mind this bit of difference? Proudcloud said with a cold smile. Shameless. This was the feeling that Proudcloud gave everyone currently. It was just that these were all juniors who did not have the right to speak at all. But right at this time, a ray of white light flew out from the Empyrean seats and landing in the ring. A milky white medicinal cauldron appeared in front of everyone. When Empyrean Proudcloud saw this medicinal cauldron, his expression could not help changing greatly. Turning his head to look toward the Empyrean seats, he said in a solemn voice, Brother Chaoyuan, what do you mean by this? It turned out that this medicinal cauldron was actually Empyrean Chaoyuan's. The aura coming off of this milky white medicinal cauldron was even stronger than the illusory truth cauldron. It was shockingly an Empyrean spirit treasure too. Furthermore, its quality was even higher than the illusory truth cauldron. This is Empyrean Chaoyuan's lifeblood Empyrean spirit treasure, daytime cauldron. He can actually bear to take it out for Yi Yuan to use. An Empyrean powerhouse marveled with admiration. Empyrean Chaoyuan ignored Proudcloud and just said to Yi Yuan coolly, "Little friend, this old man's daytime cauldron will be lent to you for use." A wave of exclamations came from all around. Everyone says that Empyrean Chaoyuan doesn't tolerate unreasonable things. It's indeed like so. Looks like Empyrean Chaoyuan couldn't endure the sight of it and even lent out his lifeblood Empyrean spirit treasure. So what? Even so, it's still unfair. Grandmaster Ye's cultivation realm can't unleash the true power of an Empyrean spirit treasure at all. Empyrean Chaoyuan's action of lending his cauldron surprised everyone. At this time, no one doubted anymore that he was not unhappy about being put under Yi Yuan. The reason he did it was to witness Yi Yuan's true strength. Yi Yuan lightly caressed the daytime cauldron and felt a surging force from inside. Using it to refine pills could absolutely yield twice the results with half the effort. Indeed, a fine cauldron. Many thanks, Brother Chaoyuan. Yi Yuan lightly clasped his hands at the Empyrean Chaoyuan up on the high platform to express his thanks. But his tone of voice changed as he suddenly said, "However, why is there a need for an Empyrean spirit treasure to deal with him? My Xianlong cauldron will suffice." Done talking, Yi Yuan pushed with his palm. The daytime cauldron immediately turned into a streak of white light and flew toward Empyrean Chaoyuan. A hint of surprise flashed across in Empyrean Chaoyuan's eyes. Yi Yuan actually moved his daytime cauldron so effortlessly. One had to know this was his lifeblood Empyrean spirit treasure. Although he did not deliberately control it, it was also not what anybody could move. If Yi Yuan really wanted to use it, he still had to confer the intent to the daytime cauldron. What? He's mad, right? Empyrean Chaoyuan's good intentions. He actually doesn't appreciate it? Seeing Yi Yuan's actions, everyone was perplexed, giving off a series of exclamations. Even Empyrean Proudcloud was already thrown into a daze by Yi Yuan's action and did not react to it for a while. Empyrean Chaoyuan took back the daytime cauldron and said coolly, "May as well. Heh, a brat who overestimates his own ability. I'll let you have a taste of this Empyrean's prowess. Myriad transformation universe hands." Empyrean Proudcloud needed seals. A pressure that surged to the extreme swept over toward Yi Yuan. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces changed one after another. When those Empyreans took action previously, even when it reached around the 30th place later on, their alchemy Dao auras also could not match up to 20% of Empyrean Proudcloud's power. Late-stage Dao realm was actually frighteningly powerful. In front of this aura, Yi Yuan was like a small rowboat in the ocean, appearing to be teetering on its last legs. Proudcloud's myriad transformation universe hands is a rather formidable rank 7 alchemy technique. Coupled with the illusory truth cauldron, even this Empyrean have to deal with it carefully too. I don't believe that this kid can really overturn the skies. Empyrean Daogon said with a cold smile. The junior disciples in the plaza all looked towards Yi Yuan very worriedly, wanting to see how he would respond. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. His gaze when looking toward Empyrean Proudcloud carried some coldness. "Even want to sneak attack me? This guy is really shameless. Since that's the case, then I'll teach you a lesson that you'll never forget." Yi Yuan sneered in his heart. Just earlier, he clearly felt that inside the alchemy Dao aura contained a portion of divine soul force. This guy actually wanted to sneak attack him. But Empyrean Proudcloud should have some secret art. He did it very cleverly, it was hard for bystanders to detect. At this very moment, Yi Yuan also became truly enraged. Only to see him beckon with one hand, spirit medicines all flew into the Xianlong cauldron. A vast and mighty alchemy Dao aura instantly rose up. This imposing momentum was even several times stronger than the Empyrean Proud Cloud, who borrowed the power of an Empyrean spirit treasure. It instantly eclipsed Empyrean Proud Cloud's aura. On the Empyrean seats, Empyrean Chaoyuan suddenly stood up, staring fixedly at Yi Yuan, his eyes shooting out rays of brilliance. The other Empyreans also had shocked expressions on their faces. Their gazes when looking at Yi Yuan were full of disbelief. Empyrean Proud Cloud was currently being pleased with himself when he suddenly felt a heaven-blotting-like aura instantly overshadow him. His alchemy art was nearly directly interrupted. In his abdomen, blood surged up, almost spurting out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, his realm was exceedingly high, forcefully suppressing this surging. Except, he already completely lost living S.P. A.C. under Yi Yuan's lofty aura. How is this possible? 1,000 over years old grand completion Tao realm? Empyrean Proud Cloud was incomparably shocked in his heart. Chapter 2037. Unrelenting. Chapter 2037. Unrelenting Grand Completion Tao Realm. This is definitely Grand Completion Tao Realm. My God. What did I see? 1,000 over years old Grand Completion Tao Realm, is there still justice? Terrifying. Too terrifying. I've never seen before such a monster. No wonder he dared to look down on the numerous 7-star alchemy gods. He indeed has this capital. The moment Yi Yuan made his move, the entire plaza was boiling over with excitement. The eyes of those junior disciples revealed extremely fervent expressions. The idolizing feelings were not only expressed in words but also on the face. No one could have thought that Yi Yuan was actually a grand completion Tao realm mighty expert. This was too inconceivable to an alchemist that was only 1,000 over years old. Overwhelming. An absolutely domineering cruise. Hi+ing. At this very moment, everyone was in the midst of shock. This kind of domineering cruise. Hi+ing, only people in the grand completion Tao realm could do it. But such a young person reaching the grand completion Tao realm already exceeded everyone's imagination. What kind of concept was grand completion Tao realm? In the entire southern border, at the Cloud Pill Summit presently, it represented the highest standard. And these 100 over 7-star alchemy gods that were able to reach the grand completion Tao realm did not surpass the number of fingers on both hands. One should not look at how there were more than 10 grandmasters up there. Those able to reach the grand completion Tao realm were only the 7 Great Peak Holy Lands masters. As for the invited grandmasters, they were basically all late-stage Tao realm. They were still a hair away from reaching grand completion. But who among these 7-star alchemy gods did not trudge for several 100,000 years along the alchemy path, or even 1,000,000 years before they had today's accomplishments? But today, a true God realm junior, 1,000 over years old brat, was actually already grand completion Tao realm. This kind of astoundment simply could not use words to express. How powerful was Empyrean Proud Cloud? But even so, he actually almost vomited blood under Yi Yuan's pressure. Under Yi Yuan's light, Empyrean Proud Cloud was dim like stars in a haze, practically could not be seen. At this very moment, Empyrean Proud Cloud only wanted the alchemy battle to hurry up and end. He already almost could not bear it anymore. A strong sense of humiliation welled up crazily in his heart. He knew that Yi Yuan definitely detected his trick, that was why he attacked him in such a fierce manner. Except, why was this guy able to block his divine soul attack? He thought that he did it at the behest of gods and ghosts, who knew that it could not do anything to Yi Yuan at all. I better directly give up and admit defeat. Empyrean Proud Cloud thought bitterly in his heart. Hoo-hoo, a dignified 7-star alchemy god only has this bit of strength? Really disappointing. Right at this time, Yi Yuan's ridiculing reached his ears. Empyrean Proudcloud gritted his teeth and said, "Brat, don't you get KY. I'll let you take a look at this Empyrean's strength." Empyreans had the pride of an Empyrean. With Yi Yuan's nonchalant goading, how could Empyrean Proudcloud endure it? Gritting his teeth, he erupted once more. It was just that his aura had yet to appear, and it was extinguished by Yi Yuan without the least bit of mercy. In front of Yi Yuan, he actually did not have the slightest leeway to resist. Condense! All of a sudden, Yi Yuan gave a cold cry, and a pill was formed. While at this moment Empyrean Proudcloud seemed to have experienced a great battle, his entire person appearing somewhat feeble. Although an Empyrean's divine soul and divine essence was extremely thick and Yi Yuan could not really do anything to him, teaching him a bit of a lesson was still achievable. In this alchemy battle, the two people were not on the same level at all. For Empyrean Proudcloud to want to refine pills under Yi Yuan's heavy pressure, he had to expend several times, even several dozen times of Yi Yuan's effort. Even if he was an Empyrean, he was also incredibly weary at this time. When everyone looked at this scene, they could not help casting pitying gazes towards Empyrean Proudcloud. Really too strong. It's still my first time seeing a 6-star alchemy G.O.D. torment a 7-star alchemy G.O.D. until like this. Yi Yuan really overpowered Empyrean Proudcloud with strength. The title of Grandmaster is well deserving. Don't you guys forget. What Yi Yuan used was just a celestial deity mystic treasure, but what Empyrean Proudcloud used was an Empyrean spirit treasure. The moment this came out, the surroundings fell silent. Empyrean Proudcloud was crushed by Yi Yuan until he was black and blue all over under the circumstances of holding all the cards. This strength could really use horrifying to describe. Yi Yuan, vast spirit, divine grade. Empyrean Proudcloud, middle grade. The judge gave Empyrean Proudcloud a rueful glance and slowly said, "Ha ha ha." A wave of laughter came from below. An exalted 7-star alchemy G.O.D. actually only refined a middle grade when refining a rank 6 divine pill. It was simply a massive joke. The current Empyrean Proudcloud wished to find a hole in the ground to tunnel into. Before the alchemy match, how fired up with boundless enthusiasm was he. Completely not putting Yi Yuan in his eyes. But now, reality gave him a resounding slap. In front of Yi Yuan, he was nothing. Empyrean Proudcloud's gaze secretly shot a glance at Yi Yuan, filled with enmity. This kid made him utterly lose his face today. When had he, an exalted Empyrean, a 7-star alchemy G.O.D. in the late-stage Tao realm mighty expert, suffered such humiliation before? However, nobody was paying attention to him anymore. Everyone's gaze was focused on Yi Yuan. 1,000 over years old grand completion Tao realm. This was too terrifying. With Yi Yuan's talent, he might be able to become a second medicine ancestor in the future. At this time, Empyrean Popluing suddenly opened his mouth and said, "I believe everyone has already seen Yi Yuan's strength. There shouldn't be anyone with objections about him sitting on a Grandmaster seat anymore, right?" Empyrean Popluing was already completely convinced by Yi Yuan. At this very moment, he no longer had any complaints about Empyrean Flutterfeather handing the Grandmaster token to Yi Yuan. On the contrary, he was full of admiration toward Yi Yuan. Such a young grand completion Tao realm, it was absolutely adding wings to a tiger to the myriad treasure tower. Of course there's no objections. If even a grand completion Tao realm can't sit on a Grandmaster seat, then who else is fit to sit up there? There's no need to compete anymore for those at the back too. Grandmaster Yes T. lives up to his name. The group of Empyreans no longer had objections. Yi Yuan already used his strength to convince all of the 7-star alchemy G.O.D.s from the bottom of their hearts. But right at this time, a discordant voice slowly sounded out. Since he accepted the challenge, then he naturally had to finish competing in the alchemy battles. He'll hand over the Grandmaster token if he loses a match, this was what he said. How can he go back on his word? The one who spoke was precisely Empyrean Pilljade. Everyone's hearts turned cold, not expecting that Empyrean Pilljade was actually still biting on and not letting go. Empyrean Popluing frowned and said, "Brother Pilljade, Yi Yuan already proved his strength. What significance is there still to continue competing?" But Empyrean Pilljade smiled and said, "Even if this Empyrean agrees, I'm afraid that Brother Chaoyuan won't agree too. Is that right, Brother Chaoyuan?" Everyone's gazes looked toward Empyrean Chaoyuan collectively. What's the meaning of this? Could it be that Empyrean Chaoyuan can still be Grandmaster Ye's match? Empyrean Chaoyuan is merely in the Empyrean seat. At the very most, he's also evenly matched in strength with the invited Grandmasters. What meaning is there to continue competing? On the plaza, a series of wondering voices came over. Empyrean Chaoyuan rarely took action. Everyone only knew that he was formidable, but they did not know how impressive he was. Seeing Empyrean Pilljade inquire, Empyrean Chaoyuan slowly stood up and was just about to speak, but he saw Yi Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and said, "This Yi is a man of his word. This alchemy battle will continue. Brother Chaoyuan, please don't stint in enlightening me with your teachings." Chapter 2038. Pinnacle Battle commences. Chapter 2038. Pinnacle Battle commences. Under the focus of all of the gazes, Empyrean Chaoyuan slowly got up. He stroked his beard lightly and said smilingly, "This youth is formidable and worthy of respect. I'm not worthy of giving teachings. Let us compare note." Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, and he said with a smile, "Haha, toward Brother Chaoyuan, this Yi will definitely go all out." What? Could it be that this isn't Yi Yuan's limit yet? The words made everyone incomparably shocked. Grand Completion Dao Realm already made everyone's eyes fall to the ground. But hearing the meaning in Yi Yuan's words, he actually did not even go all out when Cruz I plusing Empyrean Proudcloud like that just now. This was too terrifying. Just where was this fellow's limit? All of the Empyreans used eyes like looking at a monster to look at Yi Yuan, their faces being full of doubt and shock. Empyrean Chaoyuan was clearly very surprised too. It was only to see his two eyes narrowed together slightly, and then he said with a smile, "All right, this old man will wait and see." Empyrean Chaoyuan took his seat. Empyrean Pilljade smiled and said, "In a while, you all have to open your eyes wide and watch. The battle of two great Grand Completion Dao realms isn't so easily seen. If you can comprehend just a little, you all will benefit for life." What? Empyrean Chaoyuan he is also Grand Completion Dao realm? No way, right? If Empyrean Chaoyuan is at the Grand Completion Dao realm, wouldn't he be even more formidable than some Grandmasters? He's actually still sitting on the Empyrean seats? Empyrean Pilljade's words hold true like an emperor's, so it's likely not far off. I really didn't expect that there's actually still this kind of mighty expert in the Empyrean seat. No wonder with Empyrean Popluing's strength, he can only lower himself to the second-rate seat. Clearly, everyone did not know Empyrean Chaoyuan's true strength. There were even many Empyreans who had stupefied faces. Empyrean Pilljade wanted to make use of Empyrean Chaoyuan to block Yi Yuan and chase him out of the Cloud Pill Summit. Everyone said that Empyrean Pilljade and Empyrean Flutterfeather were not on good terms. This was indeed the case. But while surprise was surprise, everyone was still looking forward to this battle immensely. Just as Empyrean Pilljade said, the clash of two great Grand Completion Dao realms was bound to be a fierce struggle between two evenly matched opponents. This kind of alchemy battle was hard to come across in 10,000 years. After the surprise, the alchemy battles continued. It was just that the battles afterward no longer had much suspense. Empyrean Daogon, Empyrean Wunlan, even the rank 3 Empyrean Remote Knight, when they went up the stage, They all had expressions like their parents had died, being extremely ugly. How venerated were their statuses! Now they had to undergo a sure-lose alchemy battle under the watchful gazes of the people. It was really even more awful than killing them. These few great Empyreans were all leading authority CLASS figures. What they valued the most were their own feathers. Even if they really had to lose, it also could not be in front of so many people's faces. At this very moment, their intestines were green with regret. But how could they have thought that Yi Yuan would actually be monstrous to such a degree? Thinking about it now, their provocation seemed so laughable. A late-stage Dao Realm expert challenging a grand completion Dao Realm powerhouse? It was not on the same level at all right? The results were as expected. Even Empyrean Remote Knight could not gain the least bit of advantage under Yi Yuan's hands too, and he was defeated in the end. But these few Empyreans' final medicinal pill grades were all peak superior grade without exception. At this time, everyone finally came to realize the truth. Turns out that Yi Yuan did it on purpose. Even Empyrean Remote Knight was firmly suppressed by Yi Yuan to peak superior grade, so how terrifying was his control over alchemy. Late-stage Dao Realm and Grand Completion Dao Realm, only being a hair away, but the strength was worlds apart. After Empyrean Remote Knight quietly walked off, everyone roused themselves. The main show had arrived. Even the powerhouses on the Grandmaster seats also became 120% alert, looking forward to this pinnacle battle. This match was absolutely a pinnacle battle. Because Empyrean Realm Pilljade was the only Ancestor Realm powerhouse, no one was his match at all. So the Battle of Peak Dao Realm was the pinnacle battle. The 6 great Holy Lands masters cherished their feathers. It was impossible to fight in front of people. If not for a Yi Yuan appearing today, they could forget about seeing this kind of pinnacle battle all their lives. Empyrean Chao Yuan looked towards Yi Yuan and said with a hint of marveling, "Truly didn't expect that this old man would actually have a day where I'd cross swords with an opponent like you." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "In this world, the unexpected things are in the majority. The things within expectations are few." Empyrean Chao Yuan laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Good, an extraordinarily intelligent child. This old man hasn't had this kind of blood-boiling feeling for far too long already. Encountering you today made this old man much younger all of a sudden." As he said this, he took out a medicinal cauldron. But it was not the daytime cauldron. It was a true God mystic treasure. This is the cauldron that this old man used back then. This old man won't take advantage of you when crossing swords with you, Empyrean Chao Yuan said. But when Yi Yuan saw the situation, he shook his head and said, "Our battle should naturally call forth all the resources in our power. The daytime cauldron is Brother Chao Yuan's highest standard. If this Yi has an Empyrean spirit treasure, I'd also take it out without the slightest hesitation." When Empyrean Proud Cloud heard this, he could not help smiling coldly as he said, "Truly arrogant to the extreme. He still dares to be so careless when facing off against Brother Chao Yuan." Empyrean Wanlan gave a cold snort and said, "Ignorant! Does he really think that he's invincible under the heavens by entering Grand Completion Dao Realm? Facing Brother Chao Yuan's strength, even Holy Land Masters are somewhat wary, but you're looking down on him here." These few people were all defeated at Yi Yuan's hands and were very reluctant to give in their hearts. Now that they nabbed the chance, there naturally could not be dispensed with a bout of ridiculing. Yi Yuan just smiled coldly when he heard that and said, "What do you know? This isn't looking down on my opponent, but respecting my opponent. Dealing with you guys, this Yi couldn't be bothered to use my full strength at all." The few people's expressions changed, and they said in fury, "You! Unbridled! Wildly arrogant! When you lose to Brother Cloudpill Summit and leave the Cloudpill Summit dusty and dirty in appearance, I'll see what you have to be arrogant." But Yi Yuan said coolly, "It's hard to come across a worthy opponent in life. Brother Chao Yuan is an opponent that this Yi respects. Toward opponents that I respect, This ye will definitely go all out. So what even if I lose? These words were said valiantly, making the blood of the junior disciples in the plaza boil with excitement. They saw through that Yi Yuan did not care about this Grandmaster token at all. Yi Yuan was enjoying the joy of battling in alchemy. This was seeking the apex of alchemy Dao. As for the Grandmaster token, it was merely a worldly possession. Cultivators of our generation should be like so. For a moment, countless wars. HI plus ping gazes were cast towards Yi Yuan. Ha ha ha. What a fine hard to come across a worthy opponent in life. Good, then this old man will go all out in this battle. Yi Yuan, regardless of whether victory or defeat, this old man will become friends with you, my friend across generations. Emperor Chao Yuan said with a big laugh. With a thud, the daytime cauldron smashed onto the ring, giving off a series of horrifying undulations. This daytime cauldron's power was clearly several grades higher than even Empyrean Proudcloud's illusory truth cauldron. This old man was already at the grand completion Dao realm 30,000 years ago. I've gradually progressed in this realm for a long time. Coupled with the daytime cauldron, this peak Empyrean spirit treasure, you have to be careful. Emperor Chao Yuan said with a laugh. But Yi Yuan did not care at all and said calmly, Please. Emperor Chao Yuan nodded slightly. Seals formed in his hands and he said in a solemn voice, Grand Luo Tian Thousand Illusory Dream Cloud True Art, release. The moment Emperor Chao Yuan made his move, everyone's expressions changed. Chapter 2039, Half-Step Ancestor Realm. Chapter 2039, Half-Step Ancestor Realm. On the stage, fog curled upwards. An even and calm aura gradually released. Although it was not outrageous like those Empyreans before, this aura made everyone's faces change. Strong. Unexpectedly strong. Emperor Chao Yuan's alchemy Dao aura was like a towering mountain, standing steadfast. Even if Yi Yuan crushed Empyrean Proudcloud's imposing momentum, it also could not match up to the current Emperor Chao Yuan. Hoo, Brother Chao Yuan's alchemy Dao realm seems to have improved significantly again. Looks like he's the most promising alchemist of our southern border to step into ancestor realm after me. Although Yi Yuan is impressive, it's likely very hard for him to want to pass his hurdle. When Emperor Piljade saw this scene, his face revealed a slight smile, showing a face full of approval. Clearly, he was long confident about Emperor Chao Yuan's strength. There was a series of exclamations in the plaza. Clearly, everyone did not expect that Emperor Chao Yuan's alchemy strength was actually so powerful. With this, Grandmaster Yi is in trouble. This opponent is too strong. I really didn't expect that. Turns out Emperor Chao Yuan's alchemy strength is actually even stronger than Grandmaster's. It's over, it's over. Grandmaster Yi finally managed to prove his strength, but he is going to be kicked out of the Cloud Pill Summit. If Emperor Chao Yuan did not use the daytime cauldron, maybe Yi Yuan still had the strength to contend. But Yi Yuan let him use the daytime cauldron. With the augmentation of an Empyrean spirit treasure, Emperor Chao Yuan's strength was at least 20% to 30% stronger. This was practically fatal in the showdown between experts. Even Yi Yuan himself was also slightly surprised in his heart. He also did not think that Emperor Chao Yuan's strength was actually so strong. Looking at the strength that Emperor Chao Yuan displayed, it could virtually rival Empyrean Flutterfeathers back then. However, Yi Yuan was not the slightest bit worried and brimmed with fighting intent instead. Only by encountering such an opponent would this trip not have been in vain. Haha, bring it! Yi Yuan laughed loudly. The chaos heavenly star art suddenly erupted. An aura that was not weaker than Emperor Chao Yuan instantly erupted. Bang! The collision of two mighty auras was akin to two Ma's Civ mountains colliding together, sweeping up an energy storm frenziedly. This spectacle was not the slightest bit inferior to the imposing momentum Yi Yuan and Empyrean Flutterfeather's alchemy battle back then. Empyrean Piljade's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise, "Evenly matched! How is this possible?" One had to know, not only did Empyrean Chaoyuan occupy the absolute advantage in divine soul, divine essence, and various aspects, he even had the augmentation of an Empyrean spirit treasure. But even so, he only fought until he was roughly on par with Yi Yuan. This was also to say that if it was under the same rank, Empyrean Chaoyuan was not Yi Yuan's match at all. Empyrean Flutterfeather's eyes also emitted a rare glimmer. Of those present, only he knew that Yi Yuan's strength became much stronger compared to their alchemy battle before. If the current Yi Yuan carried out an alchemy battle again with him back then, it would not be known who would emerge victoriously. "Hoo-hoo, is it just evenly matched?" Empyrean Flutterfeather said with a smile that was not a smile. Hearing this, everyone was startled inwardly. Focusing their eyes and looking, sure enough, they saw Yi Yuan's aura becoming stronger and stronger, and actually faintly showed signs of overpowering Empyrean Chaoyuan. However, this kind of advantage was not obvious. Empyrean Chaoyuan was after all not the likes of Empyrean Proudcloud. At this moment, Empyrean Chaoyuan had a somber look. He never dreamed that he would actually feel such tremendous pressure from a 6-star alchemy god. Empyrean Chaoyuan was an itinerant cultivator. He had once obtained an 8-star alchemy god's inheritance by chance. This grand Luotian thousand illusory dream cloud true art, even when facing off against any Holy Land's master, he did not fear in the slightest too. Who could have thought that he would actually be suppressed in front of Yi Yuan? Two Ma's sieve mountain-like auras added radiance and beauty to each other, soaring straight to the sky. This scene was rather similar to Yi Yuan's battle with Empyrean Flutterfeather back then. But sadly, Empyrean Chaoyuan's was ultimately a notch weaker and was unable to produce a resonance with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan released his aura fully, gradually shattering the scene of being evenly matched in strength, and actually suppressed Empyrean Chaoyuan. However, Empyrean Chaoyuan did not show weakness in the slightest too, standing up to Yi Yuan's aura firmly. Empyrean Piljade's expression became more and more solemn, narrowing his eyes as he said, "Could it be that he already touched the threshold of Ancestor Realm, and stepped into half-step Ancestor Realm?" Empyrean Flutterfeather had a smile in his gaze, secretly thinking to himself that this guy finally became aware of it. The moment Yi Yuan made his move, Empyrean Flutterfeather discovered that Yi Yuan's present realm was already similar to his back then. This was also to say that Yi Yuan already glimpsed the door of Ancestor Realm. As long as there was an opportunity, he would be able to step into Ancestor Realm. Dao Realm to Ancestor Realm, the most difficult was this step. Ancestor Realm was too fleeting and ephemeral. Even for grand completion Dao Realm to want to touch this boundary, it required an immense comprehension ability and a lucky chance too. Even Empyrean Flutterfeather also did not expect that Yi Yuan actually found this path so quickly. Just how much time had Pa-S said from the last Alchemy Celestial Pavilion alchemy battle until now? This kid's comprehension ability simply startled heaven and earth and made gods and ghosts weep. Empyrean Piljade's words were like casting a rock into a pool of still water, immediately a series of great waves. What? Half-step Ancestor Realm. Doesn't that mean that he has a possibility of stepping into Ancestor Realm at any time? Too crazy. Really too crazy. Could it be that this kid is the reincarnation of the Medicine Ancestor? He's just in the true God realm. Once he reaches the Empyrean Realm or the Heavenly Emperor Realm, how terrifying would he be? The group of 7-star alchemy gods immediately burst into an uproar. Ancestor Realm, that was all of their lifelong pursuit. But this step was far too difficult. Forget about Empyrean Proudcloud, this kind of late-stage Dao realm, even the 7 Great Peak Holy Lands Masters were also stuck firmly in front of this step, unable to break through for hundreds of thousands of years. But how old was Yi Yuan? Such a monstrous existence simply made them jealous until they wanted to kill people. All the way until this moment, they finally understood why Empyrean Flutterfeather gave the Grandmaster token to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan already Serpa S said 95% of the 7-star alchemy gods here, reaching a realm that they looked up to. Even for the 7 Great Peak Holy Lands Masters, apart from Empyrean Pilljade, there was only an Empyrean Flutterfeather who touched the threshold of Ancestor Realm and stepped into Half-Step Ancestor Realm. The others were all lingering around Grand Completion Dao Realm. Regarding Ancestor Realm, they were unable to find the correct approach from start to end. Yi Yuan was in existence on the same level as Flutterfeather. If even he did not have the qualifications to hold this Grandmaster token, who else had the qualifications? Condense! Condense! Virtually crying out in chorus, Yi Yuan and Empyrean Chao Yuan shouted out. Empyrean Chao Yuan looked toward Yi Yuan, his gaze still carried shock. If talking about who had the strongest feelings with regards to Yi Yuan's strength, it was none other than him. This battle indeed didn't let this old man down. I didn't expect that Grandmaster Yi stepped into Half-Step Ancestor Realm at a young age, truly envying this old man to death. Empyrean Chao Yuan lamented. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Brother Chao Yuan doesn't need to be envious. With your strength, you'll eventually step into Ancestor Realm in the future. Empyrean Chao Yuan suddenly laughed out loud, saying, Ha ha! This old man has never doubted this. This battle, this old man has reaped great benefit. This trip wasn't in vain. The rest no longer have any meaning. Brother Pilljade, Brother Flutterfeather, this old man will be going back to enter close seclusion and will bid farewell here. Done talking, he did not wait for everyone to say anything, directly stepping into the void. Chapter 2040 Structure Changes. Chapter 2040 Structure Changes. The furnace had yet to be opened, but everyone already had an idea about the results in their hearts. Before this, no one would feel that Yi Yuan could really defeat all of the 7-star alchemy gods and sit on the seat of Grandmaster. But now Yi Yuan used his fearsome strength to refresh everyone's understanding. He really did it. Truly inconceivable. A 6-star alchemy god actually swept across all the 7-star alchemy gods. If Empyrean Pilljade doesn't make a move, there's likely no one who can do anything to him in this land of southern border, right? Truly terrifying talent. Could it be that this heaven-span world is really going to produce a second medicine ancestor? Recalling the scenes of Yi Yuan battling in alchemy, everyone still felt like they were dreaming. That was not some new rising alchemy Dao star. He was already standing at the summit of the southern border's alchemy world. Serpa S. Sing Empyrean Pilljade was likely just a matter of a twinkling of an eye. No one doubted that Yi Yuan would step into Ancestor Realm. Ancestor Realm required countless years of ACCU, mulation to others. But to Yi Yuan it did not seem distant. Didn't he also just spend more than a short 1,000 years' time to reach this step today? In the crowd, Yun Yi's face was full of a bitter smile. When he heard that Yi Yuan was this season's Cloud Pill Summit's Grandmaster, his first reaction was refusing to accept it. Yun Yi was Empyrean Pilljade's great-grandson. His alchemy talent was unparalleled. He only used 3,000 years and broke through to the Dao realm. Even those Dao realm geniuses in the Cloud Pill Summit this time also used at least 5,000 years and above. All geniuses paled in comparison in front of him. He believed that the day would come when he would be able to reach Empyrean Pilljade's height and become the apex of this southern border. But all this pride was crushed into smithereens in front of Yi Yuan. In front of Yi Yuan, what did Empyrean Pilljade count for? Those geniuses who had once attempted to challenge Yi Yuan had even more shameful looks because of their unworthiness. Yi Yuan was not using Ningxiu as AS. HI plus ELD at all. He was really disdainful to take action against juniors. That was an insult to a grandmaster. Would Empyrean Pilljade, Empyrean Flutterfeather, Empyrean Chaoyuan, these people, accept the challenge of a junior? Obviously not. Yi Yuan's maidservant, Ning Xiu, was the one in the same generation as them. While Yi Yuan was a big shot on equal footing with the southern border's pinnacle-most alchemy masters. Brother Pilljade, I wonder if this Yi has the qualification to sit in this grandmaster seat now? Yi Yuan looked at Empyrean Pilljade and said nonchalantly. Empyrean Pilljade had an awkward look. Forcefully squeezing out a smile, he said, "Of course you're qualified. Grandmaster Yi really broadened this Empyrean's horizons today." Under the watchful gazes of the people, Yi Yuan slowly sat on the grandmaster's seat. While at this time, his seat was already arranged next to Empyrean Flutterfeather. Clearly, this represented that his status already towered above the other 5 great Holy Lands masters. In the plaza, all gazes were focused on Yi Yuan. What kind of glory was this? After Yi Yuan took his seat, Empyrean Pilljade appeared slightly embarrassed. Said as he said, "Cough, cough, Grandmaster Yes T. I Tli is fully deserving. Since Grandmaster Yi has proved his strength, then the Cloud Pill Summit this time will officially wait a minute." Right at this time, Empyrean Flutterfeather suddenly opened his mouth and interrupted Empyrean Pilljade's words. Empyrean Pilljade's brows furrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, "Is there something else, younger brother Flutterfeather?" Empyrean Flutterfeather said with a faint smile, "Since this Cloud Pill Summit is so lively, why don't we let it a little livelier? I wonder what's your opinion, brother Pilljade?" Empyrean Pilljade smiled coldly when he heard that and said, "Your words, are you challenging this Empyrean?" Empyrean Flutterfeather said with a faint smile, "It's impolite not to reciprocate since brother Pilljade questioned this Empyrean's sincerity toward the Cloud Pill Summit. Due to this, I, Flutterfeather, naturally have to seek justice for Yi Yuan. Does brother Pilljade dare to have a battle?" Talking until the back, the aura on Empyrean Flutterfeather's body suddenly erupted, like a sharp sword that was about to be drawn, not revealing the sharp edge, but the sharp sword suspending high above carried a powerful confidence of who but myself could do it? Empyrean Pilljade chuckled and said, "In this land of southern border, no idea how many years it has been since anyone has challenged this Empyrean. Fine, as you Wisconsin H. Plus, the plaza burst into an uproar. Empyrean Flutterfeather was actually going to challenge the southern border's kind, Empyrean Pilljade. Who did not know that Empyrean Pilljade was the only ancestor realm powerhouse among the southern border's 7-star alchemy gods? Where did Empyrean Flutterfeather get the guts? The Empyreans present also had surprised faces, clearly not expecting that Empyrean Flutterfeather was so resolute. He was clearly standing up for Yi Yuan. But was he Empyrean Pilljade's match? Everyone knew that Empyrean Flutterfeather was a rising star, and he was also once the southern border's #1 genius, his light dazzling. But for so many years, Empyrean Flutterfeather had always been suppressed by Empyrean Pilljade. As for why, everyone had an idea in their hearts. Empyrean Pilljade felt threatened. Suddenly, everyone thought of a possibility. Each and every one of them opened their eyes wide, their faces full of disbelief. Could it be that this southern border's alchemy world was going to change rulers? Empyrean Flutterfeather said with a faint smile, "Brother Pilljade agreeing so readily, don't forget our southern border alliance's agreement." Empyrean Pilljade's face changed and he said with a cold smile, "Even if you really broke through to Ancestor Realm, would this Empyrean lose to you?" Empyrean Flutterfeather said coolly, "Talk is cheap. Let's showcase our true abilities." Finished talking, Empyrean Flutterfeather's figure leaped, landing on the ring. Empyrean Pilljade gave a cold snort, striding with his hands behind his back, and similarly landing in the ring. "Don't say that this Empyrean is bullying you. You decide the medicinal pill," Empyrean Pilljade said with a proud look. As the southern border's #1 person, Empyrean Pilljade had his pride. Empyrean Flutterfeather said, "Heavenly Center 9 lives pill then." Empyrean Pilljade's pupils constricted and he said, "You indeed broke through?" The refining difficulty of rank 7 divine pills was tremendous. Without Tao realm strength, one could basically only refine level 1 or 2 medicinal pills, and level 9 and above medicinal pill, without ancestor realm strength, it could not be refined at all. This Heavenly Center 9 lives pill was a kind of level 9 medicinal pill. Empyrean Flutterfeather choosing this medicinal pill clearly showed that he already stepped into the ancestor realm. Hoo-hoo, speaking of which, this still have to thank younger brother Yi. Without him, I'm afraid that it will be difficult to break through even if given another 100,000 years too. Empyrean Flutterfeather said with a smile. What? Empyrean Flutterfeather really stepped into the ancestor realm? Then doesn't this mean that a second ancestor realm powerhouse appeared in our southern border? Empyrean Flutterfeather stepping into ancestor realm is actually related to Yi Yuan. My God, why is this Yi Yuan so monstrous? An ancestor realm, a half-step ancestor realm, looks like this southern border alchemy world structure is really going to change. Hearing this news, the plaza broke out into a commotion. The myriad treasure tower suddenly having an additional ancestor realm and a quasi-ancestor realm, their alchemy strength would soar greatly. This southern border alchemy world was no longer the Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital's world. What surprised people, even more, was that Empyrean Flutterfeather breaking through to the ancestor realm was actually because of Yi Yuan. It could be said that Yi Yuan made the southern border completely change rules with his power alone. Empyrean Pilljade gave a cold snort and said, "Even if you broke through to the ancestor realm, you also merely just entered the ancestor realm. Do you really think that you've cornered this Empyrean? This Empyrean will let you take a look at the true strength of the ancestor realm." Chapter 2041. Dual Dragons Reappearing. Chapter 2041. Dual Dragons Reappearing. A desolate-like aura spewed forth from Empyrean Pilljade's body. This aura was stronger than everyone's previously, including Yi Yuan. Facing Empyrean Pilljade was like facing the heavenly Tao. That kind of ever-constant changes of the world, that kind of changes in season, was displayed in its entirety at this moment. This is Ancestor Realm? Yi Yuan looked at Empyrean Pilljade and said ponderingly. This was the pinnacle realm of alchemists, the peak of alchemy Tao. Even Yi Yuan also yearned immensely for this kind of realm. Empyrean Pilljade reached his hand out and beckoned. A pile of rank 7 spirit medicines instantly turned to grains of powder and flew into the Empyrean spirit treasure. An incomparably solid yellow light ball gradually spread out, enveloping over toward Empyrean Flutterfeather. This is Empyrean Pilljade's Lingshao Heaven Transformation Art. Legends have it that when cultivated to the limit, it can refine the firmament, capable of doing anything. Seeing it today, it indeed lives up to its reputation. Well deserving of being the southern border's #1 alchemy Tao person. This kind of strength simply makes people unable to give rise to the courage to battle. Empyrean Flutterfeather was too impulsive. Even if he stepped into Ancestor Realm, how can he possibly be Empyrean Pilljade's match? This is the Ancestor Realm? Indeed extraordinary. I feel like my alchemy Tao is akin to an ant in front of him. Forget about the southern border, even in the entire Heavenspan world, someone in the Ancestor Realm was also a very rare existence. Even to those 7-star alchemy gods, they rarely see Ancestor Realm powerhouses take action too. There were even many 7-star alchemy gods who had not seen Empyrean Pilljade take action before. Empyrean Pilljade being an Ancestor Realm powerhouse, he himself was a legend. But today, the legend actually took action in front of everyone. Everyone stared at Empyrean Pilljade without moving their gazes, fearful of missing any detail. This kind of experience was extremely valuable to everyone. Flutterfeather, You're asking for humiliation by challenging this Empyrean. Don't you forget as well, once you lose, L.U.'s True's gold great imperial capital will have to offer up 50% of the medicinal pills share. Empyrean Pilljade said with a cold smile. Relax, this Empyrean naturally won't repudiate a debt, Empyrean Flutterfeather said coolly. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, somewhat uncertain what it meant. He originally thought that this was just an ordinary alchemy Dao sparring. Looking at it now, it was not the case. Brother Popluing, wonder what they are talking about means? Yi Yuan asked Empyrean Popluing. Empyrean Popluing smiled bitterly and said, This is a long story. This Cloud Pill Summit is indeed the superb place for alchemists to interact. But it's also an important venue to carve up profit. It turned out that the 7 Great Holy Lands Masters formed a Southern Border Alliance, and Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital claimed the seat of Alliance Chief, because of Empyrean Pilljade. These 7 Great Peak Holy Lands divided up more than 70% of the Southern Border's medicinal pills and spirit medicine trade. One had to know, medicinal pills and spirit medicines were hugely in demand among martial artists, the profits being tremendous. Especially to holy lands that possessed powerhouses in the grand completion Dao realms, their statuses were impregnable. The 7 Great Holy Lands agreed back then to take the Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital as the head. Between Holy Lands, if they wanted more territory and share, they would battle it out in the Cloud Pill Summit. However, Empyrean Pilljade's status was transcendent, and he had always commanded the 6 cities with the ident. 1. Tie of Alliance Chief. Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital also occupied 40% of this 70%, while the other 60% were divided up by the other 6 parties. Concerning the territorial division of the 6 Great Holy Lands, they could only use 10% of their own each time as the wager. The victor gained 10%, the loser lost 10%. But because the other 6 parties had similar strengths, after many Cloud Pill summits, the 6 parties' strengths were actually still more or less the same. Logically speaking, Empyrean Flutterfeather's strength was the greatest and L.U.'s True's gold Great Imperial Capital's territory should be the most. But Empyrean Pilljade frequently hammered L.U.'s True's gold Great Imperial Capital with the status of Alliance Chief. Hence, L.U.'s True's gold Great Imperial Capital's share was a little lesser than the other 5 parties instead. It was also precisely because of this that Empyrean Flutterfeather was still quite resentful toward Empyrean Pilljade. However, wanting to challenge the Alliance Chief, one had to use 50% of their own share as the wager. This was a Ma.'s sieve transaction. If one L.U.'s True's gold Great Imperial Capital would soar to the sky with one leap, becoming the Alliance Chief. Cloud Pill Summit would also change names to L.U.'s True's Gold Summit. If lost, Myriad Treasure Tower's share in the southern border would reduce greatly. Only after hearing this entirely did Yi Yuan know that there were still so many methods to profit during this Cloud Pill Summit. Sure enough, everyone comes swarming in for profit, everyone goes running everywhere for profit. It turns out that this southern border's territory has long been divided up, Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. He finally understood why Empyrean Pilljade would target him. 2 Grand Completion Dao Realm Grandmasters appeared in the Myriad Treasure Tower. Furthermore, it was a Grandmaster that could break through to the Ancestor Realm like him. The pressure on Empyrean Pilljade was too great. Empyrean Realm Pilljade smiled bitterly and said, Yeah. Heavenly Emperor Badamanda stands aloof from worldly things. The ones truly operating in these secular affairs are still the various great imperial capitals, and the status of an alchemy holy land is comparable to the other great imperial capitals, even a notch higher. However, I still feel that Brother Flutterfeather is too rash. Plus, even if he broke through to the Ancestor Realm, he's likely not Pilljade's match too. Hua! Popluing's voice had yet to fade when 2 dragon roars shot to the sky, incurring a wave of exclamations. That was right, it was two. Two divine dragon phantoms intertwined and crisscrossed, producing an incomparably strong undulation. Once the aura rose, it was actually not the slightest bit weaker than Empyrean Pilljade. Two great ancestor realm powerhouses went blow for blow, not giving an inch. Empyrean Flutterfeather's aura was actually standing up to Empyrean Pilljade as equals. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he could not help laughing. Hoo, brother Popluing rest assured. This match, brother Flutterfeather will definitely win, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. This scene in front of him, Yi Yuan was extremely familiar. Wasn't it the scene of him battling with Empyrean Flutterfeather in alchemy back then? But this scene before his eyes was much weaker than the alchemy battle back then. This was not that Empyrean Flutterfeather's strength was weak, but that the resonance the two of them triggered at that time was too strong. Yi Yuan and Empyrean Flutterfeather's resonance was absolutely not 1 + 1 = 2 that simple, but a certain strong chemical effect that was produced. This kind of intense resonance even Serpa, as said Ancestor Realm. One had to know the medicinal pills that the two of them refined, in the end, were both End Spirit Divine pills. End Spirit Divine pills, even the Ancestor Realm Empyrean Pilljade could not refine it at all too. Empyrean Flutterfeather clearly obtained tremendous inspiration in that battle, that was how he broke through to the Ancestor Realm in one stroke. Furthermore, by relying on this dual dragon power, even though he just entered the Ancestor Realm, his strength did not lose to Empyrean Pilljade in the slightest. Empyrean Pilljade's expression was extremely ugly. He completely did not expect that Flutterfeather, this newbie who just entered the Ancestor Realm, would actually be so strong. Those two dual dragons added radiance and beauty to each other as if weaving a Ma''s sieve cage between heaven and earth, causing tremendous pressure to Empyrean Pilljade. Two great ancestor realms having a fierce struggle while evenly matched, vying with each other, it lasted for a full 3 days' time. During these 3 days, the air of the entire Cloud Pill great imperial capital was surrounded by auspicious omens. With light radiating everywhere, the scene was incomparably gorgeous. Condense. Condense for me. The two great ancestor realms also cried out in unison. The condensing of the pill was successful. Everyone held their breaths, impatiently wanting to see the result of this battle. The 5 great Holy Lands masters walked up to the platform at the same time and opened the furnaces to examine the pills. Empyrean Pilljade, Vast Spirit Divine Grade. Empyrean Flutterfeather, Vast Spirit Divine Grade. Chapter 2042. Alchemy Intent Resonance. Chapter 2042. Alchemy Intent Resonance. Hiss. This is Alchemy God? Rank 7 Divine Pill, Vast Spirit Divine Grade, truly terrifying strength. It's both Vast Spirit Divine Pills. Could it be a tie? In my view, it's still Empyrean Pilljade who's a level higher. After all, he's a veteran Ancestor Realm powerhouse. Both people being Vast Spirit Divine Pills immediately caused a wave of marveling. To be able to refine a level 9 difficulty rank 7 Divine Pill to Vast Spirit Divine Grade, the might of Ancestor Realm could be seen at a glance. When pills reached rank 7, the difficulty and complexity would soar. Hence, these two great Ancestor Realm powerhouses also used 3 days and 3 nights' time before they finished refining the Heavenly Center 9 Lives pill. As for who won and who lost, everyone debated without ceasing. Although the two people were evenly matched in strength, Empyrean Pilljade's ACCU mulation was clearly a little thicker. Hence, more people felt that Empyrean Pilljade would win. Empyrean Pilljade stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Empyrean Flutterfeather with a proud look as he said, "You breaking through to the Ancestor Realm indeed surprised this Empyrean greatly. However, you're still a little too inexperienced in the end. This match, you lost for sure." Empyrean Realm Flutterfeather smiled faintly and said, You've been in this position of Alliance Chief for too many years and have long already lost your former edge. How fired up with boundless enthusiasm was the Empyrean Pilljade back then. Hacking your way through all obstacles along the way, defeating countless geniuses, stepping into Alliance Chief. It's just a pity that he who sits too high to be touched for too long. You're already afraid of being challenging and afraid of failure. Hence, you're destined to lose. Empyrean Pilljade gave a cold snort and said disdainfully, "What a joke! This Empyrean has entered the Ancestor Realm for as long as 100,000 years already, standing right at the absolute summit and viewing how small the mountains are. Why would I be scared of failure? Would I be afraid of challenges? Because no one can make me fail at all." Empyrean Flutterfeather said with a faint smile, "Is that so? How's the result, 5 fellow Taoists?" At this time, the expressions of the 5 great Holy Lands masters were very odd. Seeing Empyrean Flutterfeather inquired, Empyrean Blazing Sun let out a slight sigh and said, "The 2 of your medicinal pills' qualities are extremely high, being rarely seen in the world. It's just that Brother Flutterfeather's medicinal pill is still a notch better." Empyrean Pilljade's face changed drastically. His 2 eyes glared and he said in a fierce voice, "Impossible! He merely just entered the Ancestor Realm, how can he possibly win me?" Empyrean Luoshui also sighed lightly and said, "Brother Pilljade, the quality of your medicinal pill is indeed extremely high, but younger Brother Flutterfeather's medicinal pill already approaches End Spirit Divine grade. In terms of quality, it wins by that slight trace." The other 3 people also ruled unanimously. After all, the quality of medicinal pills was clear at a glance. It was also impossible for them to resort to deception in broad daylight. Empyrean Pilljade had a face full of disbelief. Rust. H.I. plus ing in front of the 2 medicinal bottles with a lunge. His divine sense sank inside swiftly. With this probing, his face could not help changing greatly. Empyrean Flutterfeather's medicinal pill was really that tiny hint better than his. Although it was just a tiny bit, he ultimately lost. How is it possible? How is this even possible? Empyrean Pilljade had a battered out of his senses look, clearly not believing this result. And some alchemists that wars H.I. plus ped him as G.O.D. similarly did not dare to believe it. Lord Pilljade actually really lost? How can this be? Even if Empyrean Flutterfeather broke through to the Ancestor Realm, he's also 100,000 years later than Lord Pilljade. So how can he possibly win just like that? Sigh, the end of an era. Yes, an era was over just like this. The era belonging to Empyrean Pilljade already ended. Empyrean Flutterfeather's era was currently arriving. Empyrean Flutterfeather smiled faintly and said, "Why does Brother Pilljade think that this Empyrean would hand this Grandmaster token to younger Brother Yiyuan? Could it be that it's merely appreciating his talent?" The moment these words came out, everyone's gazes all gathered on Yiyuan, full of stunned looks. No one would have thought that at this time, Empyrean Flutterfeather would actually bring up Yiyuan. Could it be that the key figure that influenced this battle of the century was actually Yiyuan? Empyrean Pilljade's entire body trembled, and could not refrain from looking towards Yiyuan once more, full of astonishment. Empyrean Realm Flutterfeather continued to say slowly, "Back then, when this Empyrean fought with Yiyuan, it could be said as encountering a rare bosom friend who can appreciate me, and this actually produced the effect of conjugal harmony. With the 2 of our powers, we each refined an End Spirit Divine pill. It's also because of this that this Empyrean finally took this last step, achieving Ancestor Realm." Empyrean Pilljade's pupils constricted, his eyes full of aghast as he said in disbelief, "Alchemy Intent Resonance." Empyrean Flutterfeather smiled slightly as he said with a nod, "That's right, it's precisely Alchemy Intent Resonance. Therefore, you know why you lost, right? Alchemy Intent Resonance? What's that?" "Yeah, never heard of it before." But it sounds very impressive. The vast majority of the alchemists in the plaza were very perplexed because they had never heard of this term before. Only those experienced 7-star alchemy gods radiated brilliant light from their eyes, showing strong yearning. Empyrean Luo Shui sighed lightly and explained, "The so-called alchemy intent resonance is referring to when two people are evenly matched in an alchemy battle and reach a kind of wondrous resonance state. Under this state, the two people's thoughts and feelings about alchemy Dao will far surpass their own strength, unleash HI plusing double, or even several times the power from there. It's just that this kind of state is too rarely seen, so it's not commonly known by people." When saying this, Empyrean Luo Shui also had an enraptured expression on his face. Even for Yi Yuan, it was also his first time hearing of alchemy intent resonance, this sort of thing. The others all revealed astonished faces, feeling that it was incredulous. Alchemy battle was a mutual suppression process. The medicinal pills refined tend to not be their peak standard. But Yi Yuan and Empyrean Flutterfeather actually helped each other achieve their aim, each outperforming themselves, even each breaking through their realms. It was truly incomparably miraculous. This time, everyone finally understood why Empyrean Flutterfeather would hand the Grandmaster token to Yi Yuan. He had confidence in Yi Yuan, and it was also because in order to thank Yi Yuan, Empyrean Piljade's expression flickered incessantly. He guarded against Empyrean Flutterfeather in every way but did not expect that Yi Yuan, this kind of variable, appeared. Alchemy intent resonance. This was a state that was extremely hard to appear. It was the same as having a sudden epiphany. Empyrean Flutterfeather kept that alchemy intent resonance firmly in mind. When the dual dragons reappeared, that was how he defeated him, this veteran ancestor realm. Brother Piljade indeed has an awe-inspiring view from a high place, but you don't view how small the mountains are. You're afraid of other people rising up, worried that you'll have a powerful opponent. But the more you're like this, the faster you'll lose, Empyrean Flutterfeather said coolly. Empyrean Piljade snorted coldly and said furiously, "It's not up to you to lecture this Empyrean. This time, this Empyrean admits to his bad luck. The next Cloud Pill Summit, this Empyrean will claim it back with interest." Empyrean Flutterfeather smiled when he heard that and said, "Brother Piljade's words are not correct. The next session won't be the Cloud Pill Summit, but it is the L.U.S. True's Gold Summit." Empyrean Piljade could not help choking when he heard that. Snorting coldly, he flicked his sleeves and left. Everyone exchanged glances. No one would have thought that an opening performance would actually wind up in such a manner. This way, the Cloud Pill Summit's main act actually concluded in advance. However, to the alchemists in the plaza, their time was just starting. Chapter 2043, Peak Alchemy Meet. Chapter 2043, Peak Alchemy Meet. In the plaza, several tens of thousands of genius alchemists were in the midst of fierce battles. The Cloud Pill Summit was an alchemy grand gathering. Each time, there would be a batch of geniuses that flooded forth, becoming everyone's focal point. This time was no exception either. The moment Yun Yi took the stage, it made the group of geniuses pale in comparison. With his strength that just entered Dao realm, it was akin to like a crane standing out among chickens in this kind of alchemy battle. The opponent did not have any strength to fight back at all. TSK, barring no accidents, Yun Yi will be the number one of this Cloud Pill Summit's 6-star Alchemy G.O.D. group. He's well deserving of being Empyrean Piljade's great-grandson. Calling him the number one alchemy genius isn't in vain. The moment Yun Yi made his move, the onlookers were not stingy with their praises. It was just that these words sounded so ear-piercing in Yun Yi's ears. Number one genius? Truly satire. Did you all forget Grandmaster Yi? He isn't even half of my age. Although Yun Yi understood that there was already no one who put Yi Yuan in this generation to appraise, his proud heart seemed to be pricked. He was unable to feel at ease. Actually, his pressure was not just Yi Yuan but also involving another person. This person was Ning Xiu. Ning Xiu did not partake 1P8 in the 5-star Alchemy God group, but she took part in the 6-star Alchemy God group. Her strength already had no need to take part in the 5-star Alchemy God group anymore. Since the start of the matches, Ning Xiu left people far behind in the dust and already cut down numerous 6-star Alchemy GODs. Many of them were all seeded contestants that were fixed before the match. Including Yun Yi, all the 6-star Alchemy GODs felt a never-before pressure. This Ning Xiu was just a measly little maidservant of Yi Yuan's. Could it be that a maidservant was also going to replicate her master's battle achievement that looked down upon the world? My God, truly incredible! That Ning Xiu actually defeated Hua Tianxiang. That's the Chunan's Hua family's #1 genius. Suddenly, a series of exclamations came from the crowd. Clearly, there was a new battle report that came over again. Upon hearing Ning Xiu's name, Yun Yi's breathing blocked up. Some unsteadiness actually appeared in his control of the flame. The opponent was currently being pressured until he could not catch his breath. This interval immediately let him see a trace of hope. It was just that he did not know how intense the shock in Yun Yi's heart was currently. Hua Tianxiang was the alchemy ancient family, the Hua family's top genius. In terms of strength, he was an existence that could rank in the top 10 in the 6-star group too. Now, he actually lost to a 5-star alchemy God little girl. Grandmaster Yi is truly remarkable. A little maid-servant of his actually has such terrifying strength. I've already understood the situation. This heavenly eagle imperial city is merely a barren land. Its rise is also merely something that happened in the recent several hundred years. How can this kind of place have any genius? This is also to say that Ning Xiu only used a few short 100 years under Grandmaster Ye's guidance, and then she reached grand completion initial realm. This kind of means is simply inconceivable. What did you say? Several hundred years to groom a grand completion initial realm? Then given time, wouldn't this Ning Xiu Serpa S young Master Yun Yi? Before this, no one would go and pay attention to what kind of place Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was at all. But many days had passed. Said, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's background was dug out very quickly. Southridge, this kind of remote place, normally no one would go and pay attention at all. They also did not believe that Southridge would produce what unparalleled genius. It was absolutely impossible for Ning Xiu this kind of begin to have much strength before encountering Yi Yuan. But in just a short few centuries, a grand completion initial realm powerhouse already rose up. Giving Ning Xiu another few hundred, or even 1,000 years' time, Serpa Sing Yun Yi this southern border's #1 genius might not be impossible. What did this show? This showed that not only was Grandmaster Ye's own strength fearsome to the extreme, his ability to teach disciples was also rarely seen in the world. A barren Southridge, Yi Yuan even brought up Ning Xiu this kind of powerhouse. Then if it were these geniuses? Thinking up to here, everyone's Guseb. MPS welled up. For some time, hearts rippled. Yi Yuan naturally did not know the thoughts of the several tens of thousands of alchemists outside. He was currently parting 1P, aiding in the Peak Alchemy Meet at this time. The Peak Alchemy Meet was the main show of the Titans. Bang! Empyrean Piljade suddenly smacked the table and stood up, saying furiously, Brat, your appet. 1. T is also too big. Even if you're half-step ancestor realm, you're also merely a 6-star alchemy God. You actually asked for 50% the moment you open your mouth? One had to know, the share that Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital controlled was also merely 40%. The other Empyreans also revealed unhappy looks, clearly feeling that Yi Yuan's appet 1T was too big. It was only to see Yuan saying coolly, with our myriad treasure tower's strength, what's the problem with occupying 50%? Since this Cloud Pill Summit has always determined the victor with alchemy battles, then why don't we each place our bets and carry on battling in alchemy? The group of Empyreans could not help nearly fainting in anger when they heard that. Your myriad treasure tower had an ancestor realm and a half-step ancestor realm. Who could beat you guys in alchemy battles? Empyrean Pilljade smiled coldly and said, Is that so? Then if this Empyrean doesn't agree? Yuan looked toward Empyrean Pilljade and said expressionlessly, If you don't agree, then why not dissolve the partners? Hi plus P then? At that time, every one of us, each will rely on their own ability. It also wouldn't be to an extent of quarreling endlessly like now. You! Empyrean Pilljade nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Before the Cloud Pill Summit appeared, the southern border's alchemy world could be said to be in the Warring States era, feudal kings in a tangled warfare. Several dozen medicinal pill shops would even appear in the same place, belonging to different factions. At that time, everyone unleashed everything in their arsenal in order to vie for territory. Things naturally could not dispense with price wars. In the end, everyone made huge losses. Only all the way until the Holy Land Alliance appeared was there today's situation. Everyone had their own territories and developed with peace of mind, and could all earn divine essence stones. Everyone was happy. If the partners, Hi plus P was dissolved, then the southern border would definitely enter the Warring States era once more. At that time, who could block the myriad treasure tower's footsteps? One had to know the myriad treasure tower was like a parasite, setting up all over the entire heavenspan world. It was precisely this contract that restricted the myriad treasure tower's development. Of course, this was also because the myriad treasure tower did not have ancestor realm alchemists. But now, the myriad treasure tower had an ancestor realm alchemist. Furthermore, there was even an additional alchemist who was about to step into Ancestor Realm. If the partners, Hi plus P was dissolved, the consequences would be too dreadful to contemplate. Our myriad treasure tower has one Ancestor Realm and a half-step Ancestor Realm, but only occupy 50% of the share. Is it very overboard? If we really dissolve the partners, Hi plus P, I believe you all also know the consequences. Moreover, I still have more than 10 kinds of new medicinal pills in my hand. The medicinal effects are at least 30% stronger than the medicinal pills on the market. Once I throw them in, what will you all use to block? Yuan's gaze swept, overflowing with overbearingness. This peak alchemy meet was a bunch of alchemists lining up and dividing the fruits here. How to allocate? It was naturally distributed according to strength. More than 10 kinds of medicinal pills? Who are you scaring? Do you really think that new pill formulas are a wholesale market, a big bunch with one grab? The group of Empyreans snickered unceasingly. But a hint of glimmer flashed across in Empyrean Lumen's eyes. He sighed and said, What Grandmaster Yi says is likely the truth. With his understanding of alchemy Tao, remodeling the current medicinal pills is likely as easy as turning his hand over. What? Everyone was stricken with fear. Empyrean Lumen naturally would not talk through his hat. Those present also all knew that Yuan had once reconstructed a pill formula. Could it be that this kid still had such terrifying deducing ability? Chapter 2044. Choosing One's Master. Chapter 2044. Choosing One's Master. In the end, the Myriad Treasure Tower got 50% of the share, and 10% of it was naturally Heavenly Eagle Imperial Cities. A puny little Imperial City carved out 10% of the southern border's profit. This was also the first time in the history of the southern border. However, these 7-star alchemy gods did not have any opposition against it. The trump cards in Yuan's hands were too many. Once the partners, Hi plus P was really dissolved, what they were about to suffer would be a destructive blow. Yi Yuan and the myriad treasure tower teaming up was simply without any weaknesses to exploit. As for the remaining things, it had nothing to do with Yi Yuan. This was a battle of attrition that dragged on for a long time and would last for as long as several months. In this period, the Cloud Pill Summit was also being held like a raging fire. In a blink, half a year already passed, said. The peak alchemy meet finally bet the gongs as the signal to end. The various major forces also gained their territories and shares. The 7 great factions still left people far behind in the dust, occupying more than 70% of the southern border's profit. The remaining 30% was divided up by other 7-star alchemy gods. But this arrangement of 70% had major changes presently. Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital's territory was reduced drastically. Hence, they extended their fiendish claws towards the other factions, hoping to be able to make up for it. The other 5 great holy lands naturally also shrunk considerably. The Myriad Treasure Tower naturally became this Cloud Pill Summit's biggest winner. More importantly, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City became a faction that could not be overlooked, rising domineeringly. One had to know, 70% were divided about among the 7 major factions, with the Myriad Treasure Tower occupying 40% of the total market share and Heavenly Eagle occupying 10%. The remaining 50% needed 6 major factions to divide among themselves. With Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital's domineeringness, they naturally occupied more, taking 20% in the end. Then the other 5 major factions only had 30% remaining out of the total 70%. This was also to say that Heavenly Eagle Imperial City became the number 3 major faction after True's Gold Great Imperial Capital and Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital. After Yi Yuan learned about the significance behind this Cloud Pill Summit, he naturally had some thoughts about it too. For Heavenly Eagle to want to rise up, resources were indispensable. If Yi Yuan relied on just himself alone to refine pills, even if he refined for a lifetime, what would be gained would also be limited and could not support the operation of a Holy Land at all. The Cloud Pill Summit this time provided a huge opportunity for him. One should not look at how there was only 10%. The profits involved were simply unimaginable. With these profits, Heavenly Eagle's rise would be inevitable. And this half a year's time, Yi Yuan's great reputation also thoroughly erupted, spreading throughout the entire southern border. Everyone knew that the southern border produced a remarkable grandmaster. When Jing Qiuan heard this news, he sat in the hall of his own home for a whole 10 days and 10 nights. He did not even move an inch. After 10 days, he walked out of the hall, his hair already completely white. Then, he issued an order. The Jing family was to move toward the north and leave the southern border. This news caused a great sensation for some time. When the news spread to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, the whole city rejoiced. Their lord refreshed their understanding once more. Although they all knew that Yi Yuan was very impressive previously, they did not have a clear idea of his strength. But now Yi Yuan defeated 99% of the 7-star alchemy gods in the Cloud Pill Summit. This battle achievement was seriously too dazzling. But right at this time, the curtains also fell on the Cloud Pill Summit. In the end, Yun Yi still obtained first place. But the most dazzling was not Yun Yi. It was Ning Xiu. Ning Xiu overcame all the difficulties along the way, finally obtaining the result of 4th place. While the top 3 were all Dao Realm powerhouses, Ning Xiu's ranking did not have any surprises in itself. She was long universally accepted as the number 1 person under Dao Realm. Obtaining the ranking of 4th matched her fame. What made people's jaws drop was Ning Xiu's final battle. Her opponent in that battle was the 3rd-place Dao Realm powerhouse, Empyrean Blazing Sun's grandnephew, Yang Yi. In this battle, Ning Xiu unleashed alchemy Dao's strength that was beyond imagination and actually forced Yang Yi into desperate straits at one point. During the whole process of the alchemy battle, the two people fought until they were evenly matched. This fight stunned everyone. One had to know Ningxiu was just at the grand completion initial realm, while Yang Yi was at the Dao realm. For Ningxiu to be able to have such strength, it could be seen how solid her alchemy Dao foundation was. For some time, Grandmaster Ye's prestige went up a level, while at this time, the Cloud Pill Summit only had two last things remaining. This referred to the two things that all partook. 1. P. Ants paid the most attention to Grandmasters accepting disciples, as well as Grandmasters preaching on Tao. The 6-star groups and 5-star groups top 20 had the qualifications to choose a Grandmaster to acknowledge one as their master. Of course, that also depended on whether the Grandmaster would take them in or not. At this time, 14 Grandmasters were seated up on the high platform, overlooking the plaza. 14 virtual images were displayed in the plaza, representing 14 Grandmasters. At this time, an Empyrean powerhouse slowly said, "Now, the 5-star group's top 20, step forward and choose your desired Grandmaster." This Empyrean knows that many among you are descendants of Empyreans. But the master acknowledgement in this Cloud Pill Summit is your Ma's Civ lucky chance. You all can set your minds at ease and choose your master. Your elders won't mind. But you all have to remember, you only have one chance to pick. Those 5-star disciples had excited looks on their faces. To be able to acknowledge a Grandmaster as their master, this was absolutely their great lucky chance. Even their seniors were also far too lacking compared to Grandmasters. Alright, those names that are called by this Empyrean, step out of the ranks in proper order and choose your Grandmaster. The first, Luo Tianqi. Luo Tianqi was the first place of the 5-star group this time, his strength being quite impressive. In past sessions, when the first place took the stage, they would basically rush over to Empyrean Pilljade. As for whether to take in or not, that would depend on Empyrean Pilljade's mood. But this time, there was Empyrean Flutterfeather, this Ancestor Realm powerhouse. Empyrean Pilljade finally could not hold back anymore. Luo Tianqi, this Empyrean regards you very favorably. Come to this Empyrean's side. This Empyrean will definitely make a special effort in grooming you. In the future, your strength definitely won't lose to Yunyi. Empyrean Pilljade opened his mouth and said. He was very confident. He was after all an Ancestor Realm powerhouse, and he even opened his gilded mouth. As long as one was not a fool, they would enter his tutelage. Although he lost this time, the prestige ACCU. Mulat over several hundreds of thousands of years was not for show. So many years, the alchemy powerhouses that walked out of Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital were too many to count. It was just that this time, he miscalculated. Luo Tianqi gave a bow toward Empyrean Pilljade and said, "Many thanks for Lord Pilljade's showing of appreciation. This child is being seized with fear. It's just that, this child already has a Grandmaster that he admires in his heart, truly sorry." Empyrean Pilljade's face changed and was just about to open his mouth, but then he saw Luo Tianqi actually walk straight toward Yi Yuan's virtual image, amidst the surprise of all of the 7-star alchemy gods. He actually did not pick Flutterfeather? Seeing that it was Yi Yuan, Empyrean Pilljade also let out a sigh in relief. This vying of talents was also an important matter. After all, Ma's Civ Holy Land was not propped up by him alone. As long as they did not pick Empyrean Flutterfeather, then there was no problem. The Empyrean presiding over was also slightly surprised. But he did not take it to heart and continued saying, "Second, Li Qing." Originally, Empyrean Pilljade totally looked down on this second place. It was just that this situation was somewhat special, so he still opened his mouth. "Li Qing, this Empyrean can accept you as a disciple." Empyrean Pilljade opened his mouth and said. Li Qing had an apologetic look as he bowed and said, "Many thanks for Lord Pilljade's showing of favor, it's just that, this lowly one already has a choice in his heart." Finished talking, Li Qing also walked toward Yi Yuan without the slightest hesitation. Chapter 2045, Choice. Chapter 2045, Choice. What's going on here? Two of them rejected Empyrean Pilljade in a row. This isn't surprising, but why did they all go to Yiyuan there? In the past sessions, everyone all racked their brains, wanting to go under an ancestor realm's tutelage. Empyrean Flutterfeather defeated Empyrean Pilljade, and they actually did not pick him either. A series of curious voices came from the Empyrean seat. Luo Tianqi and Li Qing's action was seriously perplexing. As for Empyrean Pilljade, his face was already black as the bottom of a pot. When had he, the exalted Southern Border's #1 person, lowered himself to take the initiative to go and recruit disciples? Today, he opened his mouth twice in a row and was actually rejected. This old face was really thrown until his grandmother's place this time. But what made them more surprised was still at the back. 3rd place, 4th place, all the way until the 8th place, they actually all chose Yiyuan. The group of grandmasters could not sit still anymore. When the 9th place stepped out of the ranks, Empyrean Blazing Sun immediately opened his mouth and said, "Zhou Yunhao, come to this Empyrean here. This Empyrean will do everything to guide and take care of you." Empyrean Windrider also opened his mouth and said, "Zhou Yunhao, the disciples under this Empyrean are presently all powerhouses that can take charge of a region alone. If you follow this Empyrean, you'll surely be able to rise head and shoulders above others in the future." Apart from these two, the others also opened their mouths one after another. Zhou Yunhao stood there, his face looking hesitant, but his eyes kept looking over toward Yiyuan there nonstop. Everyone was secretly surprised in their hearts. The Grandmaster that this Zhou Yunhao favored was clearly Yiyuan too. Just what magical powers did this Yiyuan have, to actually be able to make these geniuses abandon Ancestor Realm powerhouses and choose him? Very soon, apart from the two Ancestor Realm powerhouses, the other Grandmasters expressed their stands one after another, promising great benefits, attempting to recruit Zhou Yunhao. Only Yiyuan alone kept his mouth shut and did not speak. It was as if these had nothing to do with him at all. Yiyuan was clear in his heart that these summit's geniuses were only like this because they saw Ning Xiu's breathtaking performance. As long as one was not a fool, they would be able to tell that Yiyuan had the right way of teaching disciples. He was far stronger than those so-called Ancestor Realm powerhouses. After hesitating slightly, Zhou Yunhao chose Yiyuan. With this, the group of Empyreans was really shocked. Some Grandmasters even swallowed their pride already and made very heavy promises, but Zhou Yunhao still picked Yiyuan. Next, the 9th place, 10th place, 20th place. The 5-star group's top 20 actually all chose Yiyuan. The IBALLS of the powerhouses on the Grandmaster seats and Empyrean seats were almost bursting out. It was still the first time this kind of sight appeared in previous Cloudpill Summit. After all, in the past, even if there was Empyrean Pilljade, this Ancestor Realm powerhouse, many geniuses ranked towards the back all had the self-awareness and knew that it was impossible to be chosen. So they picked other Grandmasters. But this time, 20 people actually chose Yiyuan without exception. This kind of shock was too intense. Even Empyrean Flutterfeather also looked towards Yiyuan with a stunned look, eyes full of doubt. It was not that he was jealous, it was just surprising. One had to know, he defeated the Southern Border's #1 person, Empyrean Pilljade, in front of everybody's faces. Not a single genius actually picked him. Just why is this? Unable to understand. Truly unable to understand. Even if he's peerlessly talented, he's also merely a 6-star alchemy god. His realm did not reach the Ancestor Realm either. But why didn't a single person pick Pilljade or Flutterfeather, the two great Empyreans? Could it be that these little fellows' brains collectively went brain-dead? Those Empyrean powerhouses could not hold back the doubts in their hearts, discussing animatedly. To these 7-star alchemy gods, taking in disciples was just a small thing, The truly important matter was the peak alchemy meet. As for the Cloud Pill Summit, they at most understood a little about which geniuses were more dazzling this time. How could they have thought that the actions of these young geniuses were actually because of a little girl? The Empyrean presiding over was full of shock. It was still his first time encountering such a situation. He sucked in a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart, and opened his mouth once more and said, "Next, 6-star group, Yun-E." 6-star group, Yun-E slowly stepped out of the ranks. Everyone knew that the true main show had arrived. After all, no matter how strong the 5-star group was, they were also just 5-star. They still needed a long time to nurture. But the 6-star group was different. These geniuses were already powerhouses that could take charge as chief at a front. As long as groomed properly, becoming 7-star alchemy gods in the future was virtually a sure bet. Even those grandmasters also all pulled themselves together anew, planning on making a move to vie. As for Yun-E, they completely could not be bothered to care. He was Empyrean Piljade's great-grandson. If one used the B.U.T. talks to think, one would also know that he would choose Piljade. The others naturally would not rack their brains in vain. Come over." Empyrean Piljade slowly opened his mouth and said. As he said, he even gave Yuan a proud glance. Just some 5-star brats, so what even if there were none? It was sufficient that he, Piljade, had Yun-E, this great-grandson of his. Yun-E was the junior that he liked the most, his talent in alchemy cruise. Hi+ing his peers. Of course, apart from Yuan, this kind of freak. But Yun-E did not walk toward Empyrean Piljade's virtual image, but stood on the spot, wavering and not advancing. Empyrean Piljade's brows furrowed. His voice became deeper as he said again, At this time, everyone's gazes were gathered on Yun-E. During each session's Cloud Pill Summit, the 6-star group's first place were all the target that the various major factions fought for. This time, because it was Yun-E, so everyone kept silent. But looking at this situation now, something was not quite right. Suddenly, Yun-E sucked in a deep breath and directly knelt down toward Empyrean Piljade and said, "Ancestor, forgive my crime. Wishes to enter Yuan's tutelage. I hope that ancestor can fulfill my Wisconsin H. Plus, what?" Empyrean Piljade suddenly stood up, his eyes full of disbelief. Forget about other people choosing Yuan. Now, even his biological great-grandson actually chose Yuan? How could he not be shocked? Not just Empyrean Piljade, everyone stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied, looking at Yun-E in disbelief. Empyrean Piljade's great-grandson actually chose his sworn enemy, Yuan. How could this not surprise them? You unfilial child. Empyrean Piljade pointed at Yun-E. His entire body was trembling, clearly already furious to the extreme. Yun-E had a calm look as he said, "Ancestor, grandchild is unfilial. But I hope that ancestor can understand grandchild's pursuit of alchemy Tao." Finished talking, Yun-E walked toward Yuan's virtual image without the slightest hesitation, standing at the forefront. No mocking, no sarcasm. Yun-Ye's action shocked everyone. With Yun-Ye's action, how the choices next already did not have the slightest suspense. The top 20 of the 5-star and 6-star groups, a total of 40 people, were all standing in front of Yuan's virtual image. It was actually empty without a single soul in front of the other 13 Grandmasters' virtual images. The plaza was deathly silent. Everyone's gazes were focused on Yuan. At this time, Yuan slowly got up. Amidst everyone's gazes, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Siu." Ning Siu was overjoyed and hurriedly stepped out of the ranks, and directly knelt down toward Yuan. "Your Excellency." Yuan slowly nodded and said, "In these 1,000 years, you followed me to refine pills and waited on me. Today, I'll take you in and officially take you in as a disciple. Are you willing?" Chapter 2046. Yuan's Test. Chapter 2046. Yi Yuan's Test. Disciple is willing. Disciple Ning Xiu pays respect to master. Ning Xiu had wild elation on her face, directly kneeling down toward Yi Yuan. When she lifted her head again, Ning Xiu's eyes already brimmed over with hot tears. Ever since witnessing Yi Yuan's breathtaking alchemy Dao back then, Ning Xiu was deeply subdued by Yi Yuan. Xian Yu already could not teach Ning Xiu, so changing masters was long already due. Except, how could wanting to enter Yi Yuan's tutelage be such an easy thing? Cultivating by Yi Yuan's side these many years, she did her best, wanting to catch up to Yi Yuan's footsteps, wanting to obtain Yi Yuan's approval. It was just a pity that the gap between Yi Yuan and her became bigger and bigger. All the way until today, she finally obtained Yi Yuan's acknowledgement, so how could Ning Xiu not cry with joy? It turns out that Ning Xiu was really just Grandmaster Ye's maidservant. A measly little maidservant already has such terrifying strength. Grandmaster Ye's ability in teaching apprentices is truly remarkable. Sigh, it's a pity that I couldn't enter the top 20. Otherwise, I'll definitely have to try. If I can become Grandmaster Ye's disciple, that would really be soaring to the sky with one bound. In the plaza, several tens of thousands of gazes were gathered on Ning Xiu, envious to the extreme. As for those 39 people, they were FLUs beyond envy. They did not know whether Yi Yuan would choose them or not, but they were willing to bet. Once chosen by Yi Yuan, that would be soaring to the sky with one bound. Since Yi Yuan was certain to step into the ancestor realm in the future, then what difference was there between choosing Yi Yuan and choosing an ancestor realm powerhouse? On the Grandmaster seats, Yi Yuan slowly nodded his head, accepting this kowtow calmly, then slowly opened his mouth and said, "As for the rest, all disperse." Everyone's faces abruptly changed, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. "Grandmaster Yi, this, please reconsider," Luo Tianqi said with unwillingness. Yun Yi clenched his jaws tightly, similarly with a look of unwillingness. He required tremendous courage to stand here. But Yi Yuan did not even give him a trace of chance. The others opened their mouths one after another, all wanting to persuade Yi Yuan to change his mind. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said impatiently, "Noisy." Everyone's faces changed one after another, all shutting their mouths. Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice, "If getting a place in the rankings can make you qualify to enter my tutelage, do you all think that Xiu will wait until today? Don't mention this matter again." Ji Kanglin's incident left behind an indelible mark on Yi Yuan's body. Hence, he would naturally rather go without than make do with something shoddy. Yi Yuan did not doubt these people's talents, but what has it got to do with him? However great the talent, they were also just strangers to him. These 39 people's faces were ugly to the extreme. Yi Yuan completely did not play the cards according to normal style. In past periods, these geniuses were all very in demand. One should not look at how those grandmasters had a reserved manner. In reality, they valued the summit's top few places very highly. But Yi Yuan actually did not even take a look. The group of grandmasters looked at this scene dumbfoundedly with their tongues tied. The geniuses that they could not even beg to come over, Yi Yuan actually cast them aside like a pair of worn-out shoes. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, this kind of place that suddenly rose up newly, what was most important were talent. If Yi Yuan rounded them all up with one fell swoop and took all of these geniuses into his door, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's strength would surely skyrocket. Did this guy figure out the situation or not? In the crowd, a person suddenly knelt down. When everyone looked, who could it be if not Yun Yi? He kowtowed toward Yi Yuan and said with an austere look, "Grandmaster Yi, as long as I can enter your tutelage, Yun Yi is willing to do anything. Yun Yi only requests that Grandmaster Yi can give a chance." Empyrean Piljade was angered until his expression was livid. This kind of situation was what he completely did not expect. His own descendant did not take him as master but wanted to go under other people. Forget that he wanted to enter other people's tutelage, the other person did not even appreciate it. Forget that Yi Yuan did not appreciate it, Yun-Yi even had to go and beg him. Where would his old face go? Yun-Yi? If I didn't remember wrongly, your brother Piljade's descendant? Yun-Yi's expression could not help stiffening as he said with a nod, yes, Lord Piljade is Yun-Yi's great-grandfather. Yi Yuan looked toward Yun-Yi and said with a smile that was not a smile, then if I make you break off all relations with Emperor Piljade, can you do it too? Once these words came out, everyone's countenance changed visibly. This move of Yi Yuan was too vicious. Emperor Piljade even stood up quickly, pointing at Yi Yuan and saying furiously, Yi Yuan, you're too much. But Yi Yuan's expression did not change, and he said coolly, I already said that I'm not taking in disciples. It's him who wanted to enter my tutelage. I'm just stating my terms, as for whether or agree or not, it will depend on him. Finished talking, he looked toward Yun-Yi and said coolly, how about it? But Yun-Yi shook his head and said, Ancestors' kindness of love and care is higher than the heavens. It's impossible for Yun-Yi to betray Ancestor. Your Excellency, please change your conditions. When Emperor Piljade heard that, his face revealed a smug look and he said with a cold smile, My Yun family's good grandson. Yi Yuan punk, don't you think about sowing discord between us great-grandfather and great-grandson. Yi Yuan completely ignored Emperor Piljade, but looked at Yun-Yi and said smilingly, If I only have this condition? Yun-Yi sucked in a deep breath, slowly stood up and said, If it's like this, Yun-Yi would rather not acknowledge you as a master. Farewell. Finished talking, Yun-Yi clasped his hands toward Yi Yuan and left without even turning his head back. If you want to acknowledge me as your master, go to the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's Pill Tower yourself. Put down all of your ident. 1. Ties and be a little medicine boy. Maybe one day I'll consider it. Just as Yun-Yi turned around and left, Yi Yuan suddenly said lazily. Yun-Yi's entire body trembled. Turning around, he looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief and said doubtfully, Grandmaster Yi, is this true? Yi Yuan said coolly, If you had any look of hesitation on your face just now, there would be no chance. Entering my lineage, conduct is number 1, disposition is number 2, and talent is only ranked 3rd. If a person who can betray even his ancestor, what is he if not an ingrate? Yun-Yi looked toward Yi Yuan in incredible shock, only then knowing that it turned out Yi Yuan was testing him. If he was really moved earlier, he would lose this only chance instead. Yun-Yi prostrated toward Yi Yuan and said with pleasant surprise, Disciple pays respect to your excellency. Yun-Yi will go to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City right away. Yi Yuan nodded his head and did not say anything. Yun-Yi knelt down in front of Piljade too and said, Ancestor, grandchild is unfilial, but grandchild wants to seek his own alchemy Tao. Grandmaster Yi is the best choice. I know that ancestor is doubtful, but if you understand Ning Xiu's battle achievements, it will all be clear. Finished talking, Yun-Yi directly turned around and left without even turning his head back, leaving behind everyone with stunned faces. Brilliant rays of light shot out of Luo Tianqi's eyes and he also knelt down and said, Your Excellency, can you also give Tianqi a chance? Yi Yuan said coolly, You all, those who are willing can all go. But you all have to think properly and be prepared. This test isn't easy to pass. When everyone heard that, they were overjoyed. When Yi Yuan saw the situation, he just laughed mockingly in his heart. These people were also looking down on his test too much. They were all young masters of influential families, so how could they endure this kind of hards? Hi+P? He reckoned that having 10% that could stay would already be pretty good. Chapter 2047. Where are the people? Chapter 2047. Where are the people? Ning Xiu's particulars were placed in front of the group of Empyreans very soon. Everyone was rendered speechless. A female 5-star alchemy G.O.D. could actually fight on par with initial stage Dao realm powerhouses. This kind of strength was simply outrageous to hear. Wasn't this Ningxiu a junior version of Yi Yuan? With this, the group of 7-star alchemy GODS finally understood why these geniuses all wanted to choose Yi Yuan. How could a barren place like Heavenly Eagle have some unparalleled genius? This Ningxiu was definitely groomed by Yi Yuan. At the very most, Ningxiu merely followed Yi Yuan for 1,000 years' time but had such strength. It was truly dreadful to hear. Everyone looked toward Yi Yuan like seeing a ghost. This guy was truly a freak. Empyrean Pilljade somewhat understood Yun Yi now. This great-grandson of his had an obsession with alchemy Dao that normal people found hard to understand. Witnessing Yi Yuan, this major power, how could Yun Yi not be moved? If Yun Yi could really acknowledge Yi Yuan as master, it would also be a good thing to Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital. Although he did not want to admit it, Empyrean Flutterfeather's talent was indeed greater than his. Now that he already lost to Flutterfeather, along with the pious Sage of Time, the likelihood of winning would be lower and lower. But Yun Yi's potential was far from exhausted. Once developed by Yi Yuan, Serpa's Sing Empyrean Flutterfeather in the future was also not something impossible. Except could Yun Yi really pass Yi Yuan's test? This season's Cloudpill Summit's disciple recruitment ended in such a theatrical style. Apart from Ningxiu, the other 39 people directly left Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital afterward and sprinted for Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Following that, the curtains were drawn for the Grandmasters preaching on the Tao that had a duration of half a month. A total of 14 locations was set up in the city, provided for 14 Grandmasters to preach on the Tao. Grandmasters preaching on the Tao could be said to be a welfare benefit. All of the alchemists in the city could choose the Grandmaster that they admired in their hearts, and listen to the sermon, without any restrictions. Lin Tong was a 5-star alchemy GOD from a remote imperial city. He hurried over to Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital from a great distance just to listen attentively to Grandmasters preaching on the Tao. He did not have the qualifications to enter the inner city to watch the Cloudpill Summit. The reason why he came to Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital was for the sake of this final Grandmaster sermon. In the outer city, he also became acquainted with some people of the same profession and agreed to go and listen to Grandmasters preach on the Tao. Lin Tong, which Grandmaster's sermon do you plan on listening to? The one talking was called Song Zichuan, a good friend that Lin Tong made in this period of time. Lin Tong said without the slightest hesitation, "Is there still a need to ask? Of course it's Empyrean Pilljade. He's an ancestor realm powerhouse, the southern border's #1 person." Song Zichuan chuckled and said, "Southern border's #1 person? Your intel is really out of touch. Empyrean Pilljade lost to Empyrean Flutterfeather this time. The Tli of southern border's #1 person already changed owners." Lin Tong's eyes opened wide and he said in disbelief, "Empyrean Pilljade is an ancestor realm powerhouse. How can he possibly lose?" Song Zichuan had the intention of showing off as he said with a smile, "You don't know it yet, right? Empyrean Flutterfeather came prepared this time. He already broke through to Ancestor Realm. Furthermore, he defeated Empyrean Pilljade under the watchful gazes of everyone. The next Cloudpill Summit will be changing its name to be called L.U.S. True's Gold Summit." There's actually such a thing?" Lin Tong said in surprise. It was very hard for them all, these bottom-level martial artists, to get the inner city's information. It tended to be inquired from SCR. Ping together what everyone had. Song Zichuan had some connections in the inner city, so the intel that he obtained was still considered more accurate. Song Zichuan said smugly, although Empyrean Flutterfeather defeated Empyrean Pilljade, Their light during this Cloud Pill summit was overshadowed by another person. Lin Tong was shocked by this series of information until he stared dumbfoundedly with his mouth gaping. He said blankly, "Could it be that there's still an existence even stronger than these two mighty ancestor realms? Hoo-hoo, not to the extent of being stronger, but him Serpa. Seeing these two mighty ancestor realms in the future wouldn't be something hard," Song Zichuan said with a laugh. Lin Tong let out a sigh in relief and said with a smile, "Looks like a remarkable genius emerged in this Cloud Pill summit." Many geniuses would appear in each Cloud Pill summit. This was not at all surprising. Lin Tong naturally would not take it to heart. But Song Zichuan smiled disdainfully and said, "Cloud Pill summit? Ho-hoo, among all the juniors partic. 1p. Aiding, this lord that I'm talking about is just a third firmament true G.O.D., also a 6-star alchemy G.O.D. He's in existence who already surmounted above all of the 7-star alchemy G.O.D.s, and became a grandmaster. Not just that, all top 40 geniuses in this Cloud Pill summit wanted to acknowledge him as their master." Lin Tong's expression became more exciting towards the back. After Song Zichuan finished saying, he chuckled and said, "Brother Song, you're also exaggerating too much. A 6-star alchemy G.O.D. surmounted above all of the 7-star alchemy G.O.D.s? How is this possible?" When Song Zichuan saw that Lin Tong did not believe, he just smiled coldly and said, "Whether believe it or not, that is up to you. Either way, I'm planning on going to listen to Grandmaster Ye's sermon. Farewell." Seeing Song Zichuan leave, Lin Tong laughed in spite of himself and shook his head. Song Zichuan blew his trumpet a little too hard. It was totally impossible for people to believe. Actually, it was not just Lin Tong. The alchemists in the city presently were no fewer than several hundreds of thousands. They completely did not believe that a third firmament true G.O.D. could make two great ancestor realms be cast into the shade. When the Grandmaster sermon started, Yi Yuan's sermon site had the lowest count. There were only a scanty few several thousand people. Most of these several thousand people were very young. They were all alchemists that partic. 1p. Aided in the Cloud Pill summit. Preaching on Tao was different from alchemy battles in the end. No matter how strong Yi Yuan's strength was, his ACCU mulations were also not as long as other grandmasters. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was just a 6-star alchemy God after all. Hence, everyone did not have much faith in his preaching on the Tao. To many alchemists, this was an opportunity that only came by once every several thousand years. They were naturally not willing to waste it on a grandmaster who was young until it made people doubt. When Lin Tong saw the ocean-like alchemists around him, he was immediately greatly reassured in his heart. Song Zichuan, that fellow, was definitely bragging. Maybe he's also here listening to Empyrean Piljade preach on the Tao himself. If that young grandmaster is really so formidable, everyone also wouldn't come and listen to Empyrean Piljade preaching on the Tao, Lin Tong thought in his heart. On the first day of the sermon, Lin Tong was wholly enraptured listening to it. Ancestor realm powerhouses were ancestor realm powerhouses, the experience and knowledge, the preaching on the Tao, absolutely surmounted all life. Lin Tong's alchemy strength was already considered very strong in the surrounding imperial cities. But his strength had already come to an end. A measly little imperial city was already unable to let him improve further. By chance, he heard the news of the Cloud Pill summit and rushed over to Cloud Pill great imperial capital without the slightest hesitation. Now, hearing Empyrean Piljade's sermon, it made him have a feeling of being amidst cloud and mist. That sort of feeling made him feel like he might break through at any time. This is the strength of an ancestor realm powerhouse. This sermon might be my opportunity to break through, Lin Tong thought, being incomparably certainly in his heart. But right at this time, very soft discussions suddenly came from around him. Lin Tong's brows furrowed, and he turned his head, wanting to express his displeasure. When an ancestor realm powerhouse was preaching on Tao, they actually did not pay attention and were whispering to one another below. But upon turning his head, he was immediately stunned. Where were the people? Chapter 2048. Empty Alleys. Chapter 2048. Empty Alleys. Lin Tong listened very attentively and did not notice the situation behind him. But upon turning his head, he could not help but be filled with surprise. Behind him, the crowd that was originally in great numbers actually disappeared without a trace. That Grandmaster Yi is incredible. I heard that during his sermon, many people broke through on the spot. Yeah, I heard that Grandmaster Yi's sermon explained profound theories in simple terms. He made it very easy to understand. Sigh. I really had my eyes blinded by pig oil, to actually not go and listen to Grandmaster Yi's preaching on the Tao. Many people have already gone over. Let's hurry and go over. Then what are we still waiting for? Hurry up and go over. Those few people discussed and got up and were about to leave. When Lin Tong heard the few people discussing, he was incredibly shocked in his heart and secretly wondered if the Grandmaster Yi from these few people's mouths was the Grandmaster Yi that Song Zichuan spoke of. Seeing the few people leave, Lin Tong hurriedly stopped them and whispered, "Fellow Taoists, who is the Grandmaster Yi that you guys were talking about just now?" The few people looked at Lin Tong with eyes like looking at a freak as one of them said, "You don't even know about Grandmaster Yi?" Lin Tong smiled bitterly and said, "Fellow Taoist, please tell me." The other person said, "Grandmaster Yi is the youngest Grandmaster in the Southern Border's history, the youngest half-step ancestor realm. In this alchemy summit, he suppressed 99% of the 7-star alchemy gods with his power alone until they submitted. You've actually never heard of his great name before? Not talking to you anymore. I've already been stuck at the initial stage initial realm for many years. Perhaps after listening to Grandmaster Yi preach on Tao, it will suddenly dawn upon me." Done talking, that person left without even turning his head back, leaving behind the Lin Tong with a stunned face. Song Zichuan was actually not bragging. But how was this possible? Song Zichuan said that this Grandmaster Yi was only less than 1,500 years old. He actually stepped into becoming a half-step alchemy god and overpowered 99% of the 7-star alchemy gods? This was simply a figure in mythological stories. If it was merely like this, then forget it. It had nothing to do with him no matter how strong Yi Yuan was either. But now, Yi Yuan's preaching on the Tao actually let many people break through on the spot. This was too incredible. Lin Tong harbored complicated feelings and slowly got up and walked over in the direction where Yi Yuan was preaching on the Tao along with the crowd. Along the way, Lin Tong discovered that more and more people were currently gathering in the same direction. This is too inconceivable. Can a 1,000-over-years-old young man really have such great rallying power? Lin Tong was still somewhat doubting. The Tianyue Plaza at the southwest was a very remote plaza of Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital. The plaza was very small and could only accommodate several tens of thousands of people. Lin Tong could not move any more after he walked halfway, because in front of him was packed full of people. On the roofs, on the pavilions, there were figures everywhere. Although the numbers were many, the entire plaza appeared extremely quiet. A pin drop could be heard. There was only a voice that seemed slightly immature in the plaza, transmitting over slowly. Just hearing a few sentences, Lin Tong's figure suddenly trembled, akin to being enlightened, all the pores in the body opening up. No way. I have to hurry up and find a place. Lin Tong's eyes swept all around hastily and discovered that it was already overcrowded. Helpless, he came to a slightly far-off rooftop with a few leaps. Lin Tong. Suddenly, a mosquito-like voice came over. Lin Tong had a look of surprise as he said, "Song Zichuan? You? Why are you here? Who could this person be if not Song Zichuan?" It was just that. Didn't Song Zichuan come long ago? Why would he be in such a remote place? Song Zichuan had a bitter smile on his face as he said, "The places in front are all occupied by major families' disciples. I was originally at a place very close to Grandmaster Yi. Now I was forcefully squeezed out." Finished talking, Song Zichuan switched to an amused smile and said, "Didn't you not believe my words, saying that I was bragging? Since you turned your nose up at Grandmaster Yi, what did you come here now for?" Lin Tong's expression was very awkward, but he recollected his thoughts very quickly and could not be bothered to argue with Song Zichuan. He wanted to listen to Yi Yuan's preaching on the Tao. Although he had only heard a few sentences, Lin Tong discovered that Grandmaster Ye's sermon was totally different from Emperor Piljade's. Emperor Piljade's sermon was akin to clouds, seeming near, but in reality far away. But Grandmaster Ye's sermon was akin to revolving around him. It was within reach. This kind of feeling was like there was a pair of invisible big hands hastening the influence, letting them understand alchemy Tao. Looking at your appearance, you should have discovered the difference of Grandmaster Ye's sermon, right? I only listened for a day and already broke through," Song Zichuan said with a smug look. When he saw the expression on Lin Tong's face, how could he not understand what the other party was thinking? When he first started listening, his expression was exactly the same as Lin Tong's. With this, Lin Tong could not resist visibly changing his countenance anymore. "What? You already broke through?" Lin Tong said in shock. Song Zichuan's strength was similar to his. He was also at the peak initial stage initial realm, just a step away from reaching the middle stage initial realm. It was just that this step was far too difficult for them. But Song Zichuan only listened for a day, and already broke through the shackles. How could this not surprise Lin Tong? Song Zichuan chuckled and said, "That's right. Among those 5,000 people that came first, there were at least 300 people that broke through on the spot." Lin Tong was already unable to use words to describe the shock in his heart. This Grandmaster Yi was too amazing. He sucked in a deep breath, forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart, and started listening to Yi Yuan's preaching on the Tao, and he entered a profound and mysterious state very soon. Emperor Piljade looked at the sharply declining numbers, his brows furrowing. This kind of sermon did not restrict the venue. People that were willing could go to several venues within half a month. But, in the past, his audience normally had more than 100,000 people. But now there were less than 30,000 people. And the numbers were still declining. How keen was the divine sense of Empyrean powerhouses! He could feel that the people who left were all heading in the southwest directly. That place was precisely the place where Yi Yuan was preaching. Furthermore, Emperor Piljade even discovered that it was not just him, but the numbers of people at other Grandmasters' sermons were also reducing sharply. The alchemists in the city were practically all gathered towards the southwest corner. Just how terrifying is this kid? Toward Yi Yuan, Emperor Piljade presently only had a word to describe his sentiment: convinced. Ever since the Cloud Pill Summit started, Yi Yuan suppressed Empyreans, seized territories, and took in geniuses. Now, he also drew all of the alchemists in the city into his preaching field. He felt that the Cloud Pill Summit this time was simply held for Yi Yuan. Although Emperor Piljade looked down on these ordinary alchemists, he also understood that these people were not fools. It was impossible to all go to Yi Yuan there without any rhyme or reason. Yi Yuan's sermon definitely had areas different from others. No, it was not just different from the rest, but it had magical power. The other 12 Grandmasters, inclusive of Emperor Flutterfeather, had the same thoughts as Emperor Piljade without prior conversation. Emperor Flutterfeather looked in the southwest direction and smiled bitterly in his heart as he said, "I thought that I already overestimated this kid. I didn't expect that. I still underestimated him." On the third day of the sermon, Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital had empty alleys. all of the alchemists listening attentively to the sermons all gathered at the southwest corner. It was densely packed with crowds around Tianjue Plaza.